Hi, beautiful people. I hope that you had an amazing day. I'm going to play. So, Todd Blanche, the acting attorney general, faced the Senate over the DOJ budget in 2027. I don't know if I'm going to get through all of this with you guys today, but I'm going to let it play. I'm not sure if I'm going to do one stream or two tonight. Whatever. I will adjust accordingly. Never mind all that. Everything I share is for educational and fair use purposes, and I'm going to get into the video. Let's see. I have it here. There we go.
1,500 staff.
Try to get through a lot of it, though.
And nearly 1/4 of its lawyers. It's so bad that you're now offering $25,000 signing bonuses and hiring prosecutors with no prior legal experience, seeking applicants who personally pledge support to the president. You've also refused to share with members of Congress the Office of Legal Counsel's purported legal justification for the blatantly illegal war the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu started in Iran. You have clear conflicts of interest between your prior job as the president's personal lawyer and your duty to ensure justice. This is especially true with respect to the cases of the survivors of the heinous crimes committed by Jeffrey Epstein. Many of those survivors are in New York City today as we speak, as part of a 24-hour public reading of the Epstein files. Many reading excerpts from their own FBI 302 reports documenting the abuses they endured. These survivors have tried to share their stories with you.
Hello, Dragon.
Instead, you spent 2 days interviewing his convicted associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, and shortly thereafter, she was moved to a lower security prison camp with special perks. Mr. Blanche, the record is crystal clear. You are still acting as the president's personal lawyer, not as acting attorney general. It is hard to justify giving you any funds that will enable this pattern of wrongdoing to continue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Van Hollen, thank you. Senator Collins, you have an opening statement?
I don't, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to asking questions after hearing from the witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Collins, for joining us. With that, General, you are recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you very much, Senator Moran. Good morning to all of you, Ranking Member Van Hollen, Senator Collins, Senator Moran. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present President Trump's fiscal year 2027 budget for the Department of Justice. As Senator Moran noted, the request totals $41.2 billion, a 13% increase over fiscal year 2026. This underscores our department's renewed focus on reducing violent crime, combating the fentanyl crisis, strengthening border and immigration enforcement, expanding fraud prevention, and ensuring our law enforcement agencies have the resources they need to protect the American people. Violent crime reduction remains one of the department's highest priorities. Since January 20th of last year, the DOJ has indicted hundreds of members of TDA, crippling their leadership and dismantling operational networks. Across our major law enforcement components, the results have also been historic. Federal law enforcement helped drive a 20% decrease in the national murder rate in 2025, arrested 44,000 violent offenders, which is double the prior year, by the way, and seized over 2,200 kilograms of fentanyl. Last year, law enforcement captured 8 of the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives, located 6,300 missing children, and arrested more than 2,000 child predators. The DEA has made thousands of fentanyl-related arrests and seized millions of fentanyl pills and hundreds of kilograms of fentanyl powder. In one August surge alone, DEA executed over 600 arrests, seized multi-ton quantities of narcotics, and recovered more than $11 million in drug proceeds. With 82 offices in 62 countries and 26 U.S. field divisions, DEA continues to disrupt global supply chains from source to street of illegal narcotics. The U.S. Marshal Service, one of the smallest federal agencies, law enforcement agencies, with roughly 3,800 deputies, arrested more than 73,000 fugitives last year, conducted 308,000 prisoner movements, and housed over 55,000 detainees and provided protection for 18 federal protectees, including Supreme Court justices and their residences. The Marshals also manage over $10 billion in seized assets and are obviously essential to federal judicial security. ATF continues to be a leader in the federal effort to combat violent firearms crime. Since January of last year, ATF has arrested more than 8,700 violent offenders and seized nearly 44,000 firearms, including 5,100 which were interdicted before reaching Mexico, which was their intended destination. ATF agents seized 2.7 million rounds of ammunition, more than 28,000 illegal explosives, and conducted over 3,500 arson and explosives investigations. They process hundreds of thousands of traces every year, 856,000 last year alone, and are continuing to do great work. To sustain these historic results, the fiscal year 2027 budget includes $22.2 billion for DOJ's law enforcement components and U.S. attorney's offices. This is a 16% increase over fiscal year 26. And these investments will build on our tremendous progress and will ensure our continued momentum in violent crime reduction nationwide. We are also strengthening immigration enforcement efforts. The Executive Office for Immigration Review has completed well over 1 million immigration cases and reduced backlog by more than 447,000 cases since President Trump took office last year. This budget provides for $899 million for EOR. This is to continue rebuilding our workforce and modernizing our case processing systems. Across the department, nearly $4 billion supports immigration-related enforcement activities. Finally, the department launched the National Fraud Enforcement Division earlier this year to expand federal fraud enforcement and better protect taxpayer-funded programs. The budget includes $30 million to hire 100 attorneys and enhance data analytics capabilities to combat large-scale criminal fraud schemes. DOJ is also modernizing the grants process by consolidating COPS, OJP, and OVW into the new Bureau of Justice Grants, providing a unified and simplified approach to federal grant making, while obviously continuing to preserve the important missions of each office. The department faces serious budgetary constraints. Fiscal year 2026 marked the second year of flat budgets for several components, basically equating to a decrease in funding because costs and expenses increase every year, but the budget remained flat. The Bureau of Prisons remains under-resourced, funded at $8.1 billion, almost $300 million below fiscal year 2025, and risks insolvency without additional support. The president's request of $10.3 billion for the Bureau of Prisons is essential to restore staffing and maintaining safe and secure federal facilities. In closing, the fiscal year 2027 budget reflects our unwavering commitment to public safety, strong law enforcement partnerships, and responsible stewardship of taxpayer dollars. With your continued support, the Department of Justice will remain strong, effective, and fully equipped to protect the American people. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear in front of you, and I look forward to your questions.
Attorney General, thank you. I recognize now the chairwoman of the full committee, Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Attorney General, yesterday the Justice Department announced the creation of a nearly $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund to compensate individuals who were purportedly targeted by the Biden administration, in exchange for which President Trump dropped his $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS for the completely inappropriate leak of the president and his organization's tax data. Amounts for this new fund will come from the Judgment Fund, a permanent law appropriation for paying claims and settlements brought against the United States government. Amounts in the judgment fund have traditionally been used for the payment of specific claims against the government or amounts owed for the settlement of those claims, but not for future claims that have yet to be bought. So I have some questions for you. First, has the DOJ ever used amounts in the judgment fund to pay claims that have yet to be brought against the United States government based on the settlement of a completely unrelated case?
Thank you, Senator. So the short answer is yes. I mean, we have done this in the past. This was done during the Obama administration, something almost identical in structure to what we announced yesterday. In that case, there were allegations made by Native Americans that the Department of Agriculture had systematically treated them unfairly, and some had filed claims. There was a pending lawsuit, but many had not. A fund very similar to the one that was established yesterday was set up. It was funded by, in today's dollars, a little over $1 billion. And a single claims commissioner was appointed to review the claims and to distribute funds. In that case, at the end, there was around $300 million left over. And the Obama administration had set it up so that that money from the judgment fund was distributed to nonprofits and other NGOs. So what we've done with this fund, and by the way, it is true that this is unusual. That is true. But it is not unprecedented. And it was done to address something that had never happened again either. So there is an unprecedented nature of what we did yesterday in response to years and years of weaponization. Just to correct a few things, Senator, it's not limited to Republicans. It's not limited to Biden.
It was.
It's not limited to the Biden weaponization. It's to in any way, scope, or form to January 6th or to Jack Smith. There's no limitation on the claims. So, and the other thing we've done, just to finish up in comparison to what was done previously, is we intend to appoint 5 commissioners. And also at the end, the money goes back. Any leftover funds go back to the federal government, not to nonprofits.
So how would the commission that you've just referenced that oversees the fund determine whether future claims from the fund are eligible to be paid out of it? And how will they determine how much will be paid for each claim? What's the legal basis for those decisions?
So there's commissions that are established all the time where a commissioner is charged with determining the correct amount, if any, to repay a claimant who's asking for funds. So in this case, what we expect is the commissioners will take in information. It's entirely voluntary. If an individual wants to apply and assert that they were a victim of weaponization, and the commission can do anything according to what was set up yesterday, from issuing an apology to the claimant to awarding compensation and the monetary compensation. So it depends on the claim, and there will be 5 commissioners who will review each claim. It won't be reviewed by me. It won't be reviewed by others in the administration. It'll be reviewed by the 5 commissioners.
Aren't those commissioners appointed by the president?
No, they're
Who are they
appointed by
appointed by?
4 of them are appointed by the Attorney General, and 1 of them is appointed by the Attorney General in consultation with leadership of this body.
Will the information related to the claims be publicly reported?
So that's a good question. I mean, look, there's privacy laws that exist. So I don't want to sit here today and say every scintilla of data collected will be released, but of course, there's accountability that the commission has, a quarterly report that has to come to the Attorney General, which will certainly be public. There's a process that you all will get information, and there's a FOIA process. So I very much anticipate that the claims that are awarded, the basis and the amount will for sure be made public along the way.
let me switch to a different issue which Chairman Moran brought up. Along with Chairman Moran and other members of this committee, I was one of the lead sponsors once again to that justice is served and strengthening services to victims and survivors of domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, and stalking. In Maine, the Rural Victims Program is especially critical. Despite the importance and effectiveness of these programs, the department's budget request proposes reducing funding by about 25%. Why is the department proposing a reduction in funding to combat domestic violence and to support survivors?
Well, first of all, I completely agree with you that these are extraordinarily important programs and the funds are well used to support these programs. We have asked for $539 million, I believe, in money to support all these programs. And that, I mean, look, there's a lot of money that goes, 190 million for grants to combat, to stop the stop grants, which is extraordinarily important. And so it is a priority. Obviously, we have to make choices, and the president's budget has to make choices on where to spend that money, but it is extraordinarily important. And the $539 million that we've asked for will go to support all these programs. I mean, so yes, we are asking for less money than, but it's not because we don't view it as extraordinarily important.
Well, I would suggest that cutting the budget for these important programs by 25% is a huge cut. And I hope that's something the subcommittee will take a close look at. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Collins. Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Attorney General, this is an outrageous, unprecedented slush fund that you set up. Simple question. Will individuals who assaulted Capitol Hill police officers be eligible for this fund?
Well, as it makes plain, anybody is
just let me know if they're eligible for the fund.
As was made plain yesterday, anybody in this country is eligible to apply if they believe they were victim of weaponization.
Mr. Attorney General, let me ask you this. Are there going to be rules that say that if you've assaulted a Capitol Hill police officer or committed a violent crime, you will not be eligible? Why not make that a rule?
I expect that, because I'm not one of the commissioners setting up the rules, I expect that there will be
four of the
rules
five
set up.
members, aren't you, Mr. Attorney General?
Pardon me?
You're appointing 4 of the 5 members.
I am appointing
You can
all 5
certainly
members.
set up the rules. I would hope you would make a rule that anyone convicted of assaulting a police officer or a violent crime is simply not eligible. They should not apply.
Well,
let me ask you this, because you compared it to the Keepsiegel case. But I think you know full well that in that case, the settlement agreement was approved by a federal judge, including the payments to people who were not originally parties to the lawsuit. No federal judge has approved this fund, have they, Mr. Attorney General?
no federal judge did approve this.
So that's a big difference between this case and the case that you compared it to.
No, it's not.
What, did a judge sign off on this case?
No.
A judge did sign off on the other one.
Yes, but your question was whether it's a big difference. It's not.
Of course it is, because that allows for an independent person to look at it rather than the
There was no independence. There was no independence. There was a single commissioner.
That
a judge signed off on it. A judge had nothing to do with deciding the money.
There was a judge who looked at it and signed off on it. So to compare that case to this one is incredibly deceptive. Let me ask you this about the Epstein case, because as we speak, many Epstein survivors are in New York. They're reading portions of the Epstein files about the abuse that they suffered. Otherwise, they might have been here with us today. At a House hearing, your predecessor refused to acknowledge the pain experienced by some of those victims when the administration improperly released their names in identifying information. So I want to know where you stand. I spoke to the representatives of some of the Epstein survivors yesterday. They are extremely frustrated that you keep calling for people to come forward with more evidence, but you have not met with them to hear their stories. So simple question. If I connect you
Thank
with
you.
these survivors, will you meet with them?
Absolutely. And what you just said is false. I have met with them. I've met with many of the lawyers for the survivors of victims, as did Attorney General Bondi. So whoever told you that, unfortunately, gave you bad information.
Okay.
But I would
Well,
encourage them. I would encourage them to reach out to the Department of Justice, because like we do every single day, we absolutely care for victims, and we absolutely want to hear from them and their lawyers.
Well, I've been told directly from the representatives, they've not had a chance, at least this group, to meet with you. So
Did they
anyway,
represent that they asked?
So I'm glad to hear
Did they
that,
represent
Mr.
they asked for a meeting?
Can I ask you to commit that the Justice Department will not recommend a pardon for anyone named in the Epstein files?
Can you repeat that question? I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said.
Can you commit that the Justice Department, you, the acting Attorney General, will not recommend a pardon for people named in the Epstein files?
When you say people named, there's tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of quote, people named.
How about
okay?
Ghislaine Maxwell? Can you commit that you will?
Yes, I can commit to that, of course.
Let me go back to this slush fund, because there's also an individual who, after being pardoned by the president, went on to molest 2 children. And that person actually tried to buy the silence of these children by saying that he would pay them some of the funds that he was hoping to get from your slush fund. Can you commit to making the rules so that that person is not eligible for a payout under this fund?
Well, you're obviously lying in your question, because there's no way that this person committed to that. Because the slush fund, as you call it, which is not, didn't exist.
I'm sure,
but I can commit.
Mr. Attorney General, don't ever do that again. I am reporting
what again?
what he said. He said on the expectation that he hoped to get some of the funds from a payout. He's been
From
hearing
no,
what
you
we've
said
all
from
been
the
hearing.
slush fund, Senator, and that didn't exist when he said that.
This is the fund that the president and all of you have been telegraphing all along that you're going to use to help the president's friends.
Can you point to a
Mr.
single
Attorney General, I have
telegraph
a
I
last
made?
question.
What telegraph did I
I have a last question for
Okay.
you. Do you know that it is a criminal offense to lie to Congress?
I am very well aware of that.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General, how are you?
I'm great. Thank you, Senator.
In America, unlike other countries where they let you die in a ditch, in America, if you're too poor to be sick, we'll pay for your doctor. Isn't that right?
It is.
And and one of the programs we do that through is Medicaid.
Correct.
And this money for Medicaid, it didn't just fall from heaven. We thank heaven for it, but it came out of people's pockets, didn't it?
Every dime of it.
And some of that money is stolen, isn't it?
Yes.
And the states, not all of them, but many of them, allow it to be stolen, don't they?
Yes.
Let's take Medicaid in California, for example. I don't mean to just pick on California, but because this happens in other states. We saw it happen in Minnesota, for example. But in California, for every dollar that the California state government puts up for Medicaid, for the Obamacare portion of Medicaid, the federal taxpayer puts up $9, don't they? And so, is that right?
That's correct, Senator.
And so as a result, California has allowed thousands and thousands of these social assistance and so-called healthcare providers pop up in California, haven't they?
Yes.
And some of those providers steal the money, don't they?
Yes, we know that to be true. Yes.
And the money never gets to the people they supposedly are trying to help. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And the other way that California and others abuse the fact that they're putting up $1 and the American taxpayers putting up $9. Did I mention it was $9?
I think some say, but yeah,
Yeah.
9 work.
They expand the services, don't they?
Yes.
Because some states, like California, I don't want to paint with too broad a brush. It's not everybody in California state government, but it's a lot of them. They see this as free money, don't they?
They're not paying for it. Yes.
Isn't it a fact that, for example, Medicaid in California will pay a provider to provide tribal prayers? I looked all this up.
I mean, I'll accept that. I didn't know that, but yes.
That California will actually pay a healthcare provider, I didn't know this was a medical expertise, to pay for exorcisms. Is that right?
I'll accept that, Senator, but that's
They pay, the California Medicaid program will pay for herbal medicines, meal deliveries. They'll pay for housing. I don't know what housing has to do with healthcare. Is that correct?
yes.
Were you aware that the Medicaid program using federal money, taxpayer money, will pay for an in-home chef?
Yes.
Okay.
Even if it's a family member. Yes.
Yeah, they'll even pay for gymnasium fees through Medicaid in California. They'll pay for bicycles, scooters, gym memberships. Did you know that?
Yes. Several states do, but California does for sure.
They'll even repay your student loans. Were you aware of that?
I was not aware of the student loans repayment.
Yeah, they'll repay somebody's student loans to encourage them to become a healthcare provider. I mean, California, they're just setting all kind of records. These folks are they're wild people. California's got 12% of the population. In the last 10 years, they're responsible for half of these new so-called health providers to provide exorcisms and other things. Now, what the hell are we doing about it? Why has this gone on for so long?
Senator, listen, it's a great question. And what you just described are programs that are allowed under the program. You have a whole other issue in California where a lot of these folks are just stealing the money, not even running it through for exorcism.
They're thieves, aren't they?
They're thieves. Correct.
And California just watches it happen, don't they? Not everybody in California. The government does, doesn't it?
Well, that's the challenge in a lot of states, is that we don't have a state government, which you all have entrusted to run these programs and take care of the money that you all give them. There's state structures that absolutely do not do any compliance, and they don't do their job.
Because they don't have no incentive to. They're getting free money. Isn't that right?
Yes, I think so. Yes.
We got to change this, General.
We're trying.
I call this a slush fund. You want to talk about slush fund? This is a tier 1 slush fund that's been going on for years and years and years. Billions, hundreds of billions of dollars is stolen.
Yes, Senator. And that's why, look, this department stood up a whole new fraud division, and AUSAs around the country prosecute fraud every day. So it's not as if we didn't have the work out there, but it's so systematically taking money from the American taxpayer that we very much believe that it needs its own stand-up structure. And I think it's true for the reasons that you just said.
If you need an exorcism, you can go to California, can't you?
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Chairman Moran, Ranking Member Van Hollen. Thank you, Acting Attorney General Blanche, for appearing before us today. I want to talk about some areas where I think we're making progress and we can work together, and then raise some real concerns I have. I do think it's worth recognizing the hard work of the men and women of the department and the progress you're making on combating fentanyl and violent crime. I've long been involved in criminal justice reform, talked with and worked with your predecessor on this. I was pleased to see the president's message during Second Chance Month, where he said he wants to ensure those who take responsibility and seek to rebuild their lives have a chance to succeed. Senator Lee and I have a bill called the Safer Supervision Act. It's co-sponsored by Senators Tillis and Wicker, Kramer, and Langford. It's got strong law enforcement and conservative support, and it fits squarely in that framework. Currently, federal supervision is imposed in nearly every case, leading to badly overworked federal probation officers who then can't properly supervise those who actually most need it. There's more than 120,000 people on average per year being supervised. And this bill would help ensure courts are more thoughtful, more analytic when deciding when to impose supervision. Is this a piece of legislation you can support?
So what you just said, I very much agree with. So without looking at every word of the legislation, there's no disagreement from me on a word you just uttered.
Well, thank you. I'd like to work with you on that.
Yes, I look forward to that.
Let me raise two questions. I've been gravely concerned about IP theft, especially from China, the whole time I've served. I was struck that the department's proposed budget cuts the funds for IP enforcement. Why? And is the department under your leadership committed to protecting American innovation?
Very committed. And while you're calling it a cut, Senator, I would say that it's a major focus of
It's a lack of an increase?
Well, no. I don't mean lack of an increase. I mean that we're focused on it at the U.S. Attorney's Office level. So when we take money and spend it around the U.S. Attorney's offices, and so it's baked into that big number, rest assured, every U.S. Attorney's office, all 93 of them, are focused on the threats that we have from there. And so we're trying to spend our money more wisely.
Chair Collins raised a concern about the Violence Against Women Act funds. Let me raise a concern about the Victims of Child Abuse Act programs. Senator Roy Blunt and I worked to reauthorize this program. I've long been actively engaged with it. I've seen how children's advocacy centers in Delaware make a critical difference, bringing together law enforcement, mental health professionals to do child abuse investigations in a child-centered way to make sure children are not re-victimized. The number of victims served by these centers has increased fourfold over 25 years. Why are you proposing cutting this program?
So we have asked for $41 million for that program, and I agree with you, and I want to work with you to make sure that we're spending that $41 million where we should. I agree with you; it's extraordinarily important, and has had a lot of success over the past 15, 20 years as it's been up and running.
Thank you. Let me return to the line of questioning from the ranking member, Senator Van Hollen, that I strongly agree with. I'm just looking at the settlement agreement in
Yes.
Trump versus IRS. And I just want to make sure I heard you properly when you responded previously. Your announcement said that the fund will send you quarterly reports. Will you commit to making these reports fully public so Americans know who's getting taxpayer dollars out of the settlement fund? This says they'll be confidential. This is Section 4, Part E of the settlement agreement.
The reason why I want to be careful in my answer is because there's obviously laws that exist around privacy that may prevent some of the information that the commission takes in from being fully public. Beyond that, there will be full transparency, and I commit to you that beyond the applicable laws that exist around privacy and privileges and whatnot. But as far as being transparent and having those quarterly reports released, yes.
Thank you. You referenced a previous case. I think it was Keepseagle versus Vilsack under the previous administration. Did that case involve a president suing his own government and then settling that case before it could be reviewed or approved by a judge?
So no, and neither does the commission.
It did not. And so when you suggested that they're nearly identical, they're not identical. I think there's a critical difference here. President Trump is the first president to sue his own government and then direct his chosen acting attorney general to reach this kind of settlement. Will you commit that none of President Trump's family will receive a direct payout from this fund?
Well, yes, but what you just said is not true. I mean, if I can correct that.
Please.
The president did not direct me to do anything. And secondly, when we said it was that the structure of the commission is similar to Keepseagle, that's true. It wasn't the case. The underlying case is not the same. The structure of the commission is the same as the Keepseagle
Has
commission.
it ever happened that a sitting president sued his own government for $10 billion and then directed the settlement of the case and the establishment of a payout fund?
Not that I'm aware, but there's a lot of things that President Trump's the first of. No president had been indicted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Correct.
6, 7, 8 times either.
Correct. No president's been indicted. And will you commit that none of this money will go to President Trump's campaign donors?
I am not committing to anything beyond the settlement agreement itself. When you say campaign donors, that they are not excluded from seeking compensation.
Last
if they were
question.
weaponized.
During Police Week, I heard from a number of law enforcement friends who found it appalling that there was the possibility that folks like the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys who had assaulted Capitol police officers could receive multi-million-dollar payouts from this fund. Will you commit that no one who has been convicted of assaulting a police officer will receive a payout from this fund.
So I shared the concerns that apparently members of law enforcement gave to you last week, although none of this was announced last week, so that's surprising. But
They had
I
heard
accept
rumors
that.
there would be a settlement fund.
Okay, but anybody can apply. The commission will set, the commissioners will set rules, I'm sure. That's not for me to set, that's for the commissioners, and whether an individual, an oath keeper, as you just mentioned, applies for compensation, is anybody in this country can apply.
Well, we'll be watching this very closely as this goes forward. I don't think the settlement fund should be set up this way or for these purposes. I appreciate your answers today. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Attorney General, thank you for being here this morning and responding to our questions. I want to follow on a couple that have been asked with regards to the Department of Justice's state and local law enforcement programs. $1.2 billion cuts. We're looking at it very carefully because many of these grants and programs have significant impact on our state, small population, large area to deal with. The budget also calls for consolidation of the Office of Violence Against Women, the Community-Oriented Policing Services, and the OJP programs. Is the Office of Tribal Justice one of the offices that are also intended to be consolidated?
No, we're just consolidating the grant component. So OJP, COPS, and then OVD. And by the way, we're not combining them. We're just making them more efficient. So they will still maintain their own independence and brand, for lack of a better word. But what we heard from the field is that there were inappropriate inconsistencies and inefficiencies in having three separate kind of bureaucracies running each of those programs. So that's what we're trying to fix.
Disagree with wanting to reduce bureaucracies. My interest is making sure that the fidelity of these grants and the availability to very rural and oftentimes just very high cost because of what we're dealing with out there, that they do not get overlooked, because when you have cuts to the level that you're proposing, one has to assume that, okay, you can talk about reducing the bureaucracy and just what the program itself might look like. But again, my interest is making sure that this much needed assistance is still pushed down to the very, very local levels.
Senator, I assure you that the rural communities, and I appreciate that they have the most challenges applying for grants because of just the way they're structured.
Lack of capacity.
Of course, and there's obviously, I forget the exact percentage, but a large percentage of our grants do go to rural communities, as they should, and rural police departments, as they should. And we are going to continue to do that. I mean, the COPS office is required to distribute half of the grants to rural communities.
Right.
But just, and I don't want to take up all your time, Senator, but that's one of the reasons why we're trying to make it more efficient, because the field said, especially rural communities, big cities don't have issues applying for grants. They have a bunch of people that can do it. And so, yes, we are very focused on that in tribal justice space, but also in the grant space.
Well, know that we're watching this one very carefully. I understand that in response to Senator Collins, you acknowledged 25% cut to the Office on Violence Against Women. I was very involved in that reauthorization, and within that, we provide that OVW may not be subsumed by another grant-making component within DOJ. So we want to make sure that, again, DOJ is going to maintain OVW's statutory responsibilities and how they move forward with their grant making, and not losing out on that subject.
We will, and we're aware of that. Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask about the Not Invisible Act. This was legislation that I introduced some years ago. It became law. May 5th is the day that we recognize as Missing and Murdered Indigenous Persons Awareness Day. We had a roundtable that Senator Sullivan helped to organize just a couple weeks ago. I had a lot of the folks from your department, along with Alaska State and local, as well as tribal. One of the things that kept coming up was the commission issued its final report. I thought it was pretty substantive. They issued it November 1 of 2023 after great testimony and consultation all across Indian country. But then it was removed, the report was removed very early on in the second Trump administration, and the related materials have been removed from DOJ and the Department of Interior websites. So people keep asking me, where'd it go? Why? What is happening? And we tried to get further information to that again up in Anchorage a couple weeks ago. So the question to you is, why was the report taken down? When will it be restored? And more importantly, what concrete steps is DOJ taking with the Department of Others and others to implement the recommendations? We don't want the work of this really important commission to just kind of sit and be ignored.
Yes, so I don't have an answer as to why it was taken down, but I will get back to you promptly. I will tell
I
you.
would appreciate that, yeah.
And your big picture question, we are on the same page when it comes to tribal justice and the work that we have to do with our Native American community and making sure that we're giving them the resources, the law enforcement. I've visited 2 so far as the Deputy Attorney General. My staff has gone out to multiples, to Northern New York, the Dakotas, Oklahoma, and we'll continue to do that. I think that at the end of the day, it is a funding and training issue that is our responsibility, and I recognize that, and it's a priority.
Well, and we've seen positive signals in the first Trump administration. That was when Operation Lady Justice was stood up. I think that is good. We need to continue on that. You've put good people tasked to this, but this is where it gets confusing, because when you have a public-facing website that helps people navigate through some of the reporting and the lack of data, that's where we could use a little help. So if you can get back with me on that, I would appreciate it.
I will, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Attorney General, for being here. As you alluded to in your opening statement, there is an acute staffing shortage at the Bureau of Prisons. At FCI Berlin in New Hampshire, staffing levels have dropped to 58% of authorized levels. And that's at a time when correctional officers are being asked to take on added duties where they have detainees being sent to our federal prison, and the retention incentives have dropped significantly. So as you point out, the Bureau received an additional $3 billion in the reconciliation bill to address staffing issues. And you're asking for additional funding, which I appreciate. But how do you plan to use those supplemental funds to address recruitment and detention of staff at facilities like FCI Berlin?
Thank you for that question. It is a crisis, and the crisis on staffing is twofold. One is we're not paying them enough, and they can walk across the street to county jails and make more money. And 2, because we're not paying them enough, there's shortages, so they're required to work overtime. They're required to actually.
I understand the problem. Can you explain what you're going to do to address it?
We're doing both. I mean, we're addressing the compensation, and we've already worked with Director Marshall over the past several months to give some retention money to officers who are staying, but we have to pay them more, and we have to make it worthwhile for them to stay. And the only way to do that is with money. The only way to do that is
I can tell you that FCI Berlin has not seen that money yet, and it's going to be critical to get it out. Let me change to another topic, because we have a new DEA drug lab in Londonderry, New Hampshire. I'm very pleased that we've got that New England Regional Drug Lab. I worked hard to try and support the effort to get it there. But I'm concerned now that DEA doesn't have the personnel that they need in order to fully operate it. And when we raised this at hearings, both in the House and Senate, with the DEA, what they told us was that DOJ has routinely denied its request for greater allocations of personnel, meaning that they are going to have difficulties hiring the sufficient personnel they need to fully operate. Can you commit that you will ensure that the personnel that are needed to operate the lab are able to be hired?
Yes, and our budget asks for that funding, and I agree with you, Senator, that it's crucial to have that, and that there's shortages. You're right.
Let me weigh in on with Senator Collins and Senator Murkowski and their concerns about the Office of Violence Against Women and the grants. I don't support the cut of 25% for that budget, but we have a greater issue, because my staff has heard from organizations in New Hampshire working on domestic violence concerns that the department is continuing to hold fiscal year 25 funding for the office. And for some of these organizations, they had their grants canceled early in 2025. This disruption has caused those organizations to scale back, to start laying off staff, which limits their ability to help survivors. So when is the department going to make available the fiscal year 25 and 26 grant funds that have already been approved by Congress?
So the NOFOs for 2 of the 3 agencies are all out and back. There's one NOFO that's pending from 25 that we expect to get out any day now, and then we'll start working on 26. And so it's done on a rolling basis, and we're working every day very hard to get that money out. As far as grants that were canceled, I believe 330 some were canceled, just about 5 or 6% of the overall grants awarded for various reasons. But grants that were more than that were initially canceled, and the grants.
But those are grants that had been approved by Congress that had already been sent out. Why is the department canceling funding that our organizations are depending on in order to help survivors?
Well, it's not that they were approved by Congress, the money was. And so for a very small portion of grants, they were canceled for various reasons. So,
well, they were canceled because DOJ came in and made significant cuts, and the administration has made cuts. I guess I'm not going to argue with you about why that happened. I think it was wrong. I'm going to acknowledge your commitment to ensure that those funds are going to go out to the organizations that are depending on them so that they can serve the people who need it.
I commit to that.
Thank you. Last fall, the U.S. trustee for Region 1 didn't name a new Chapter 13 standing trustee for New Hampshire. Instead, he assigned New Hampshire's duties to Maine's standing trustee over the objections of the New Hampshire bankruptcy bar. The transition from New Hampshire's standing trustee to the new Maine trustee, who's supposed to be serving both states, has not gone well. Debtors who had completed their payments were not being discharged from bankruptcy. Creditors and attorneys were not getting paid. In fact, a motion to remove the New Hampshire and Maine trustee was filed, and the New Hampshire bankruptcy judge admonished the trustee, but unfortunately didn't ultimately remove him. I am very concerned that we have granite staters who need to use the Chapter 13 bankruptcy and that they're being disadvantaged because of this decision for whatever reason. We have no idea, because the U.S. government doesn't pay those standing trustees. There's no reason. That's not a benefit in terms of savings. So I don't know if it was a shot at New Hampshire or what the issue was, but will you commit to naming a New Hampshire only Chapter 13 standing trustee and look into this, because it's a real problem?
So we have that.
And Mr. General, the time has expired, so if you can quickly wrap that up, I would appreciate it.
Okay, we have that in many districts, not just New Hampshire, and we're working very hard to rectify it for the reasons that you say, the challenges it presents.
So you will look into that and try and.
We've been looking into it, and we'll continue to do so, Senator. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. General, appreciate you being here today. I wanted to start with an issue that I raised with you in your confirmation hearing in the Senate Judiciary Committee. We talked about the Executive Office for Immigration Reform. Some people call it EOIR, some people call it EOR, but ultimately it oversees our immigration courts. As you're aware, there was a significant backlog that was left by the Biden-Harris administration. Unfortunately, they created a culture of dragging their feet and not actually completing these cases. I know they also rolled back a number of reforms that were put in place during the first Trump administration to ensure that our immigration courts functioned in an efficient manner. By contrast, obviously, under the current Trump administration, the courts in FY25 have completed the highest number of cases that we have seen in a single year in EOR's history. Finally achieved a reduction in the case backlog, and hopefully that's something that we can continue. I saw in your budget that you increased this by 12%. I wanted to talk, is that going to help you continue on eliminating this backlog, improve efficiencies and operations of these immigration courts? And then also on that, how does the budget request support efforts to actually modernize this process, making sure that we're not only using the current system, but we're looking at how can we be more efficient in the future?
Yes, thank you, Senator. The first answer in reverse order. We have asked for $37 million to modernize the IT programs that the immigration courts use. That in and of itself will create efficiencies that will help us in ways that should have happened years and years ago, and it didn't. We're also asking for more money because we need more judges. And the big, beautiful bill gave us authority to hire a bunch of immigration judges, and we're hiring a ton. We have a graduation tomorrow, the largest graduation of immigration judges in many, many years, if not history. And we're continuing to try to find good judges that will work hard. And the budget also, a judge needs staff. So a judge needs clerks to help process the cases. We have almost 500,000 cases were processed last year. That's extraordinary. And we're getting into the backlog. But when you have something like 4 million immigration cases, 4 million immigration cases backed up, even if you cut it down by 1 million a year, you're still looking at 3 or 4 years to catch up. But we're very focused on doing that. We tell our new judges they're going to be working harder than they've ever worked in their lives, and we expect that. And so this budget is really addressing that, the IT problem and the staffing challenge that we have.
Good, thank you. I'm changing gears a little bit. Obviously, we are so proud to see the crackdown on crime across the country, lowest murder rate that we have seen, the significant actually getting back to the mission of getting the bad guys and putting criminals behind bars. I talked to Director Patel about this last week, but there's great work being done by the FBI and DOJ in my home state. Operation Southern Star in Montgomery has been significant. That's where I live. Yeah. We appreciate that effort. I know that communities across the country appreciate the work that you're doing. Can you discuss how this request increase in resources that you have in this budget is going to allow us to build on the current successes and enhance cooperation with state and local partners across the country so that we can do more of what we've seen in Montgomery over the Operation Southern Star?
Yes. So there is nothing more important than our state and local partnerships when it comes to combating violent crime. Nearly every violent criminal that's arrested by the feds are assisted by a cop or a detective or a trooper in that case. And so when we talk about the work that the federal government and the FBI and DEA and marshals and ATF and HSI have done over the past year, we are really talking about the work that they did partnering with the state and locals. So our budget reflects that. We want $2.9 billion for state and local grants. That's money that's going to go to law enforcement to combat violent crime. $12 billion for our budget for violent crime. And you said that, but I want to make sure I'm giving props to the great men and women of law enforcement in our country. It worked. I mean, we did see meaningful reductions in violent crime, which means everybody's streets are safer than they were a year and a half ago. So.
Well, as someone who is raising two teenagers and wants these streets to be safer, particularly the ones, where all these families are trying to build their lives, we say thank you. Last question. I know that the budget also is going to stand up the National Fraud Enforcement Division. I know that there's been a lot of misnomers about that out there. It is important we make sure that taxpayer dollars are used judiciously and the people who do not do that are held accountable. Can you talk about some of the work that the division has been doing and how the funding will allow DOJ to continue protecting Americans and their hard-earned tax dollars?
Yes, so we asked for $30 million because we need lawyers to help build this new division up. And what we've done already, and you've seen it in the news in Minnesota and other locations, really everywhere. Minnesota's been a focus, but in every state, the National Fraud Division has an AUSA assigned to that division now. And their goal is very simple: to find criminals who are stealing from the government. That's it. And so that comes in the area of healthcare, but it comes in a lot of different places. And I expect that everybody in this body will be very satisfied with the work when I come back next time, because
Excellent.
It's doing great work.
Americans are sick of people not being held accountable. So we hope that we see some people actually prosecuted for these crimes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Senator Merkley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Senator Murray, do you want to jump in first? Okay, thank you, Acting Attorney General. So the budget has a $500 million cut to the COPS grants. Those grants are certainly important to our local law enforcement, for staff, for equipment, for investigations. Is there any particular reason that you think the police departments need less money now than they did before? And would you be supportive if we advocate for more funding rather than less?
So local law enforcement needs all the money we can get. I agree with that very much. And whether I would be supportive of more money that you all come together for local law enforcement. Yeah, yes, I will. I mean, look,
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure.
There is a bill called the Stop Institutional Child Abuse Act that senators on both sides of the aisle supported, including Senators Tuberville and Cornyn. And this is about the troubled teen industry, where there are basically all kinds of fairly unregulated, without oversight companies that say, hey, you send your teen to us and we'll get them on the right path. This institutional care often results in institutional abuse. And what we did when we passed and funded that bill, because we had both authorized it and then we funded it, was to have the National Academies of Science study. Because there's 50,000 kids that are in these institutional settings each year. They're often taken away in the middle of the night under arrangements with the parents. The parents think they're sending their kids to get help, but often they're sending their kids into abuse. Will you take a look at this issue and just kind of track the National Academies as they proceed to study this? And if there are ways that we can reduce abuse, help us find that path.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. To follow up, you noted that it would be up to the 5 commissioners that you appoint to determine whether there are any guidelines. Will you encourage the folks that you select to ensure that folks who were convicted of violent acts against police officers do not get compensation from this fund?
Well, I expect they will. They don't have the option of establishing guidelines. The commissioners will establish guidelines. And so
will you encourage them to have a guideline that says those who have been convicted of violent acts against police officers are not eligible?
I will definitely encourage the commissioners to take everything into account when determining who should get compensation.
But why not this specific issue of violent acts, convicted of violent acts against police officers? Do you feel they should get compensation after being convicted of violent acts?
My feelings don't matter, Senator, in my mind. My mind is not limiting to say this, yes, I will commit to this or that. What I will commit to is making sure that the commissioners are effectively doing their jobs, and that includes setting guidelines like you're describing.
Okay, I'm disappointed that you feel it's acceptable that those who are convicted of violently assaulting.
Definitely did not say that. I didn't say I found it acceptable, Senator.
Will you agree to encourage those commissioners to set a guideline that compensation will not go to individuals who are convicted of assaulting police? Just a yes would answer my question, or no?
A yes will not answer the question. I mean, you're asking whether I will encourage. I don't think that's a fair word. I don't think it's the Attorney General's job to encourage commissioners to do or not do anything.
Okay, well, we'll move on, but I will say that you have complete power over who you appoint, so you have huge influence. You are going to be evaluating the inclinations and attitudes of those who will serve. And certainly this looks extraordinary. You described it as parallel to a fund set up to compensate Native Americans who were discriminated against in the agricultural world. It's not parallel at all. President Obama did not sue his own Department of Justice. He did not have a judge saying that Williams had, how did she put it? Kathleen Williams, the judge handling the lawsuit, dismissed the case and finally admonished the government agency, notably the Justice Department, for not being transparent about the settlement deal. Williams previously assigned a group of attorneys to determine whether there was a conflict of case, since as sitting President Trump was suing entities, quote, entities whose decisions are subject to his direction. This type of conflict of interest is not at all involved in the fund set up to compensate those who are discriminated against in the agricultural realm. I want to go on to the Epstein investigation. Is it closed or open?
When you say the Epstein investigation, what are you referring to, Senator?
Well, the FBI said in last year in July that it had closed the Epstein investigation. So I'm just using their words. Is it open or closed?
I don't believe the FBI said that. That's,
Well,
I mean, if you're referring,
You're head of the Department of Justice. Is
I
the
am.
Epstein investigation open or closed?
but I guess I don't understand what Epstein investigation means. The investigation
Well, let me
into
put it
Jeffrey
differently.
Epstein himself, yes, he's dead. Any investigation into potential other bad guys will always be open if we have evidence that supports in any way, shape, or form that we can make a case.
Okay, so Trump said in November, this was after the FBI, and it was the FBI words when they said the investigation was closed. But what Trump wrote in November of last year, I'll be asking the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, and the Department of Justice, together with our great patriots FBI, to investigate Jeffrey Epstein's involvement and relationships with, and he gave a specific list, Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, Reid Hoffman, people at JP Morgan, and many other people to determine what was going on. Is there a list particularly targeted at Democrats as opposed to being, if you will, blind to party affiliation, investigations that are being pursued under your direction?
Any investigation, no matter Republican, Democrat, man, woman, old, young, any investigation will be open if the Department of Justice and the FBI have evidence that a crime's been committed. And that doesn't, I mean, you're talking about
You
Epstein.
commit to pursue regardless of political affiliation?
Excuse me, Senator?
You commit to pursuing investigations free of prejudice about party affiliation?
Of course, yes.
Well, you say of course, but this enemy has repeatedly, this president has repeatedly spoken of an enemies list that he wants to go after. And I must say, it's one of the symbols of the breakdown of a democratic republic when a president uses his Department of Justice, which you now head, to go after his perceived political enemies. I hope you won't be party to that. Thank you.
I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. And that's why what happened during the Biden administration was so disgusting.
That is completely inappropriate and wrong. There is no comparison to the absolute fair-minded pursuit of justice under the previous administration and this administration's pursuit of an enemies list. Thank you.
Senator Murray.
I believe Senator Fisher was next. Yeah.
Yes, you are. Senator Fisher, so glad of you to join us.
Thank you.
Trying to ingratiate myself with the ranking member of the
No,
committee.
you didn't see me at the kiddie table. It's fine. So, Mr. Attorney General, welcome. Senator Murkowski brought up to you about the consolidation of the grant programs and also that the budget request is $1.2 billion, a cut to the state and local grants. All right, thank you for clarifying that this consolidation, what its intent is. But I'm still concerned about the impact of funding reductions and what that would have on our state and local law enforcement agencies. So I hope that you will be very cognizant of that as you look at the rural and really the under-resourced agencies that are
I will,
out there.
Senator. Yes.
Thank you. In 2024, I passed legislation, the Recruit and Retain Act, and that was signed into law. And this authorized law enforcement agencies to use those COPS grants for recruitment and retention activities. It required a study. The study came out, not surprisingly, it identified a relationship between local law enforcement staffing levels and crime rates. More staff leads to lower crime. And the study also found that from 2019 through 2024, officer resignations and retirements have increased, and that's obviously then a decrease in officer staffing. So, Mr. Attorney General, how do you anticipate that DOJ's proposal to consolidate its grant-making components, reducing that funding for that account, how's that going to impact recruitment and retention by those local agencies, and how do you plan to address that?
So we will spend tons and tons of grant money on that issue, and not only giving money to state and locals to get them new bodies, but also overtime and equipment, which all goes to keeping people on the job more meaningfully. And beyond the grant program itself, we are making law enforcement a very good thing to be part of now. And that was one of the reasons that there was a steep decline in a lot of retirements during the time 2019 to 2024 because there was this inappropriate stigma that law enforcement or cops were bad. That's not the case anymore. And so we're working every day. We have our Homeland Security Task Forces set up, which is a partnership with state and local law enforcement and sheriffs. They're getting money. They're getting overtime pay. We're thanking them. We're giving them cars. We're giving them vehicles. And so that's what we're going to continue to do.
Have you reached out to local agencies to see if their recruitment has improved? Because I can attest to disappointment by many police departments. OPPD Omaha, for example, did see their numbers really decrease. Have you reached out and have any numbers on what it is now?
Regularly, including last week during Police Week, I met with a lot. It's still a problem. We have not fixed it yet. I mean, look at what happened over the past year with law enforcement officers getting doxxed and having rocks thrown at them, and having local leaders say to good, hardworking cops, you can't help. So this isn't something that we've won yet, but it's a priority to win that fight. And I'll keep on talking to state and local sheriffs and cops and detectives and letting them know that we appreciate them, and not only with our mouth, but with our pocketbooks as well.
We do. Thank you. Last year, the FBI and Homeland Security investigations announced a new Homeland Security task force based out of Kansas City, Missouri, and that included a location in Omaha.
Yes.
And focus is obviously combating trafficking of humans and drugs and weapons, money laundering, alien smuggling, homicide, extortion, on and on. We did see members of this task force, they arrested a MS-13 gang leader in Grand Island, Nebraska, in the Middle Eastern part of the state. The 27 budget request cites the elimination of the Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force's component, and instead requests appropriations be made directly to agencies like DEA and FBI. Can you share how this proposed reorganization is still going to ensure strong interagency coordination so that we can see a continued focus on transnational crime threats, and specifically with those local law enforcement agencies? It's very important.
I agree. So look, we dissolved the OCDF executive office. That is true. But the money that we're asking for, the money that we're going to spend, is exactly like we've been spending for a long time, except for more efficiently. So the HSTF model is built off of the OCDF model, but with a lot of improvement. Like there was a lot of overlap in OCDF money that we're now being more efficient with. So there is no doubt, as a matter of fact, the opposite is true, that we're spending that same OCDF type money, we're spending more of it, and we're getting more of it out to the field through the Homeland Security Task Force. And so that's the goal.
So is that a line item within your agency, or does it need to be a line item and on appropriations?
So
to make sure that it's covered.
So it's a line item through the appropriations, I believe, although I'll double check that and get back to you if I'm wrong. I will, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Fisher, thank you. Now I would like to recognize the Vice Chair of the full committee, Senator Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Acting Attorney General, right now, families are paying $4, $5, even $6 or $7 for gas. Inflation is at its highest level in years because of the president's policies. But instead of helping Americans get by, President Trump is literally using their tax dollars to set up a slush fund to enrich his own friends. On Monday, your department settled the president's lawsuit by setting up a fund with $1.8 billion, and you and the president will pick the handful of people who decide how that money gets doled out. So let's be clear. What we're talking about is nothing short of the sitting president of the United States looting from the Treasury for his own gain. Do you seriously think this arrangement is appropriate? The president telling the federal government to settle a case and let him pay billions to the people that he chooses?
What you just described wouldn't be appropriate, and that's absolutely not what happened, and that's not what's happening now. So you just set up a series of facts, most of which were not true.
No,
no, it's not. I mean,
the president has set up a slush fund, however you want to say that it got set up, and he literally will get to choose through his handpicked appointees who gets paid that fund. That
So-
is absurd.
The president did not set up this fund. It's not a slush fund. It's been done many times. We have lots of
Oh, I
funds.
heard your response earlier to Senator Van Hollen. This is not comparable to the case that you cited. A judge was not involved. This is the president versus himself setting up a fund.
The
And
judge wasn't involved in the distribution in the Keep Siegel case at all. It
Well,
just wasn't. There was a
I-
single commissioner that was set up, not five. And so when
the
I
judge signed off on that case.
yes, it was at a much later point in the
Right.
litigation.
That's
right.
my point. That is all of our point. And I just have to tell you, this is corruption that has never been more blatant or more widespread. What is happening is you write the check, Trump and his cronies cash it. American taxpayers who are already being whacked with high prices are going to foot the bill. That's what we are seeing today. And that is what many of us are really, really angry about. So let me move to another topic. This Department of Justice is sending the message that if you're wealthy, if you're powerful, if you are well connected, you won't be held accountable even if you abuse children. You know, it's after Congress passed the Epstein Files Transparency Act and DOJ finally began to release the files, your department exposed survivors' names, their sensitive personal information, and even nude photos, while redacting names of alleged perpetrators of those crimes. The message that sends is this Department of Justice worked harder to protect the privacy of potential child abusers than the survivors. Your predecessor refused to apologize to those victims, but I want to give you the same opportunity to apologize for the way the department handled the release of these documents. Will you apologize to the survivors?
When the president passed the Epstein Transparency Act, that was the
Pardon
only
me?
time when the president signed the Transparency Act, that was when we were legally allowed to release the files. Prior to the passage of the act, which you all passed, I agree.
That is
we
so
were
not the question I'm asking.
It was the question
the
you asked. You
point
asked
that-
5 or 6 questions. I'm answering them in order. That
No,
was one
I
of the
am,
questions you
the
asked.
question I want you to answer is, will you apologize to the victims whose names, sensitive personal information, and even nude photos were not redacted by your department? Will you
Of
apologize to
course,
them?
that was, we
Can I
never want to
hear it
release
today?
a single
That
victim's
is what they
name.
are hearing.
But can I answer the question, please? Is it
I'm
fair?
asking if you'll apologize.
So I just said yes, but I would like an explanation to be given to that. What this act did is it required us to review over 6 million pieces of paper in a very short period of time. And so 0.001%, we made mistakes and we owned up to them. And the second that a victim or their lawyer told us that we made a mistake, we pulled that document down and we put lawyers 24/7 in being responsive to victims and their lawyers to make sure that we fixed every single problem. And so yes,
I
mistakes
hear
were-
your anger.
I'm not
and I
angry.
will
No, I'm not
tell you-
angry.
I hear
I'm
your
just
anger,
making sure
and I
it's
will tell you
understood
who's really
that
angry is
we
people who had
matter.
their
that-
nude photos released. I just want to hear you say, I apologize to those victims.
So as I just said, of course, anytime we release a victim's name that shouldn't be released, we have failed as a Department of Justice. And so we have to do everything that we can to not fail.
Well,
And so
I haven't heard the words, I apologize.
I'm trying to give you an
those victims.
explanation of what happened. I don't think you're
Okay.
really interested in that because you
Oh,
keep
well,
on
I
cutting
am,
me
but
off.
I have a few more questions here, and I want to know, and I know that Senator Van Hollen raised this, but I want to ask you, will you personally commit to meeting with the survivors? I have heard from them personally that DOJ refused to meet them, and I'm asking about you. I'm asking about the Justice Department reaching out to them to be heard, not waiting for them to navigate a legal system that has obviously repeatedly failed them so far.
Can I answer?
Yeah, will you reach
Okay,
out to them?
so as we have said repeatedly, of course, any lawyer, now if a victim has a lawyer, I'm not allowed to reach out to the victim directly, you know that. But any lawyer can reach out to the Department of Justice. They have, and I've met with many victims and their lawyers, as has the FBI, as has the SDNY. We will always meet with victims counsel. Any victim
will
or their
always
lawyer
meet
can
with
come forward to the
victim counsel.
FBI
With these
at any
women,
time.
and I've met with them, and I know Senator Van Hollen has, and so many other, they are personally so feeling abused again and again by what happened to them originally, and now but what's happening by them. I am saying to you, as a human being, who don't make them navigate a system that is impossible to navigate, that's already abused them. Reach out and ask to meet
So
with
wait,
them.
you're
That is
asking
all
me
I'm
to
asking.
call, you want me to personally call the victims? Is
I
that what
can
you're asking
help
me to
you
do?
reach them.
Oh, that would be great. Yes, because we have said
And
from
you
day
will meet
one,
with them if
of
I reach
course,
out to you.
there have been members that have done that. And
You-
we immediately reach out to the victims or their lawyers when the lawyers want
Well,
and say they want to do
We
it.
will follow up on that. Thank you very much.
Let me ask a few questions, and then we'll get to Senator Reed and Senator Peters, and then we'll have a conclusion of the hearing. I want to, oh, yes, and Senator Gillibrand, excuse me for my lack of peripheral vision. We'll make certain, Senator Gillibrand, that you are called on. General, worried about staffing and operational strains at the Bureau of Prisons. This committee, this subcommittee, and our full committee has tried to help in the last several years. And there was money in the reconciliation bill, $5 billion to support recruitment and retention efforts to address the BOP's maintenance backlog. In correctional facilities in Kansas, and we have certainly a major federal and lots of state correctional facilities, but officers, wardens, stakeholders continue to hear concerns about staffing shortages, aging infrastructure, deferred maintenance, officer retention, long-term strain placed on both personnel and inmates. What can you tell me about this budget request, and can you help me understand the circumstances you see at the Bureau of Prisons in this regard?
So thank you, Senator. We were given a broken agency when we took over. Not enough money. Morale was very low, and many of the prisons needed serious repairs. And so the president's budget this year tries to rectify a lot of that, as did the big, beautiful bill. The vacancy rate is still 20% for corrections officers. I talked about this earlier. That has to do with retention. It has to do with how much we're paying them and creating an environment at the BOP that they want to work at. And so that's something we have to work on. We have some of the investments we want to make, $450 million to attack the vacancy rate and start paying some of our correction officers more. And then also a lot of money to make repairs. And so these are just safety repairs, but also structural repairs at prisons so that, again, it makes sure our inmates are protected and are safe and that we're safe from them, and also creates an environment that's safe for the staff and the corrections officers that are working there. And so it's a big number, but it's extraordinarily important.
As recently as yesterday, General, I continued to hear from state and local law enforcement agencies about their desire and therefore the demand for training on drones and counter UAS systems. We have Kansas City is a FIFA site, but that demand is significant. And can you tell me how the department is working with the FBI to address this issue? And I think FIFA is a significant component of it. But with the prevalence of UAVs, I think it's just a broadly, an issue that needs to be broadly addressed.
Yes, so we're training, the FBI is training a ton of state and locals every day, and we're on the clock because of FIFA, but we're also doing it beyond FIFA because the UASs, the drones are a big problem in every single state in this country. And so we have ATF also, that a certain portion of ATF also helps with the training as well at the FBI facility. And we're going to continue to do that, meaning we're going to continue to offer and provide training to state and locals. We're also asking for money in our budget to help shore that up a little bit so that we can continue to not only offer training, but have a defense to the UAS.
I would suggest that the FBI training center is over capacity, needs more officers and capabilities. And if the Department of Justice is interested in pursuing that, I'd be interested in trying to be helpful.
I'm interested in working with you, Senator. Thank you.
Grant administration, I think things are getting better, but the Department of Justice, particularly in its grants to local law enforcement, it's been a really slow process this year in getting the money out the door. Congress shut down. The list is long for reasons that could be the case. But I want to give you the opportunity to tell me that you are now positioned to see that local law enforcement in particular, but grants in general, and those grants exceed just local law enforcement. It's other community grants, mentoring grants. I want to make sure that you believe you're now positioned in terms of staffing and administrative abilities to make that process work better?
We are working on that, and you're right. It's been slow. We now have all the 25s out except for maybe one. We're starting on 26 now.
One program or one grant?
One grant.
One grant.
I could be off a couple of grants, but we're mostly finished with that process. You're right. It didn't. We didn't get the number from you guys till January, late January, so we had a late start. And we're going to turn to 26 now and get as much done as we can. As you know, they're distributed on a rolling basis, so it's not as if there's no money and then a ton of money. So we're trying to get the wheels turning as quickly as we can to get money out.
Thank you. Senator Reed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blanche, how many taxpayers' returns were leaked by the IRS contractor in the 2020 breach?
How many taxpayers, excuse me?
How many taxpayers' returns were leaked by the IRS contractor in the 2020 breach?
I don't know the exact amount, but a lot.
405,427. One of them was Donald Trump, correct? One of them was Donald Trump, correct?
One of them was Donald Trump and his family or others, correct?
Right. And Donald Trump was president at the time.
Correct.
So it was his IRS department that allowed this breach of privacy, correct?
It was a criminal who worked in the IRS, yes.
Well, he was hired under Trump's admin. This is one of the Trump.
Well, there was a criminal breach that led to this, yes.
Very good. How many of these 400,000 people have received monetary reimbursement for the breach?
I don't think any have, including the president.
No, they haven't. But you've authorized the president to agree the president should have reimbursement, correct?
No, we settled the case. No, there's no reimbursement to President Trump.
Well,
He
that's
filed a suit,
interesting.
Senator, but
So President Trump, you're going to assure us President Trump and his family will get no proceeds from this?
Correct. He will not.
He will not get. His family will not get.
Correct.
And who will direct the distribution of these? Who gets the money?
From the
Right.
Victims Fund?
Yeah.
Well, there'll be a commission of 5 individuals that will be set up, and they will take in requests and claims and decide whether to do anything from mission of
Who
policy.
will name the commissioners?
I will, or the Attorney General, whoever the Attorney General is.
The Attorney General. Okay.
Sorry, just to correct, and one of them will be done in consultation with leadership of this body.
Consultation. Well, that's good. But when he first announced this suit on January 30th, he said, I think what we'll do is something for charity, where I'll give the money to charity. I'm talking about the American Cancer Society. I would say established and respected charities. Will you fulfill the president's wish that it goes to respected charities?
I'm aware that he put that in or said that, but that's not ultimately what the settlement calls for.
Well, the settlement was negotiated between his lawyers and the Department of Justice, correct?
Correct.
So his lawyers did not urge that they adopt the president's
How's that
vision
seem?
of giving it to a respectable charity?
I am confident his lawyers urged the president's desires. Obviously, there's not a charity.
The order that you signed yesterday states that the government pay this settlement if the Secretary of Treasury has certified the payment. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is it a coincidence that the General Counsel of the Department of Treasury resigned yesterday?
I don't know if it's a coincidence.
Yeah. Have you looked or checked?
Have I checked?
Yeah.
I have not. As to why he resigned?
It just seems to be very coincidental that a high-ranking member of the Department of Treasury, Senate confirmed, would resign the day that the Treasury Department was required essentially to certify these payments.
Well, I believe the IRS signed the settlement agreement as well. But yes, but I can't speak to why he resigned, Senator.
Well, this all seems to be an obvious abuse of power by the Department of Justice, by the president. He negotiated essentially himself. You're his appointee. The IRS are his appointees. He's the plaintiff. And the American people, I don't think, are surprised that suddenly all this money is going to his friends or people that he, in his orbit. Will you ensure that none of this money goes to anyone convicted on the January 6th attack on the Congress?
Well, the commissioners will determine who is eligible to receive the money. not
And
the attorney.
who are the commissioners?
They're not named yet.
Who will name them?
I will, or the attorney general will. It's not me.
So with the suggestion of the President of the United States,
Excuse me?
with the suggestion of the President of the United States, your boss.
I do not make suggestions. I will.
No.
Commissioner.
He will make suggestions to you.
I have no idea if he will or not. I really don't. I have no idea if he will or not.
I would be shocked if he didn't tell you exactly who to put on, and I'd be more shocked if you did not put them on. This is a travesty of the law in the United States and the Constitution. You had an opportunity to go down and talk to Ghislaine Maxwell. And then a few days later, she was transferred from a high security prison to a very comfortable,
I mean, that's
very
true.
comfortable.
It's just not true. She was not in a high security prison. She was transferred from a low security prison to a low security prison. I mean, you're looking at me like that's verifiable.
Well, I don't think at the other prison she had her own room. She had access to a private shower. She could have pet therapy. And
I don't know if any of that is true. I'm not disagreeing with you.
it is true, and you should know it, Mr.
I should know that?
You should know.
Whether an inmate has access to her own shower?
No. This is a person of extra special interest to the President of the United States. He's known her. Why did he send you down to talk
He
to her?
didn't send me. I went. What do you mean? You think President Trump called and asked me to go interview a witness in federal prison? Honestly?
Yes, I do, frankly.
Well,
Because you know why?
He didn't.
Because the
He didn't.
deal was in. He
I mean, you
needed
could say
somebody
that,
he
but
could
you want
rely.
the
He
truth?
needed somebody he
You
could
want the
rely
truth?
upon to talk to her and say, what would she say if she was asked about Jeffrey Epstein? And you were the perfect choice. And you went down there, and suddenly, shazam! She's out of what is a more confining situation into a much more relaxed federal prison.
Every word that I asked her is recorded and available to you to review. If there's criticisms of the question that I asked her, go ahead and make them. But the president did not have anything to do with my choice to go interview Ms. Maxwell. If I wouldn't have went and a career would have went, you would have said, why didn't you go yourself? Just like you expect me to know whether she has access to her own shower.
You
So
should.
I did go.
Everyone in the United States who reads the newspapers know that. I guess you don't, read things like that. This whole hearing, I think, is exposing something, which is, to me, very frightening. You're a very gifted lawyer. But from my perspective, you have very little faith to the Constitution and the people of America, and you're the president's consigliere.
Your perspective is completely wrong, Senator,
Well,
respectfully.
I think the facts will prove me right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blanche, last May, my staff at Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee released a report documenting that the inspectors general that President Trump fired had collectively uncovered billions of dollars in fraud, waste, and abuse. We oversee IGs and believe that they're incredibly important to hold government accountable, which needs to be done so that American people have trust and confidence in the work that we do here. In fact, it was quite, I thought, striking. The study showed that for every dollar that we spend on IGs, it's been estimated the return on that investment is roughly 18 times what we put into the IGs. But despite the administration's purported focus on fraud, your department, FY27 request would actually cut these IGs, their budget, by nearly a third. These are folks that have an 18-to-1 return on investment. Prior to being in public service, I spent 20 plus years in the investment business. If I told investors, this is an investment I'd like you to make and you're going to have an 18-to-1 return, they would jump out of their chair in excitement and say, absolutely. How much money can I put in to get an 18-to-1 return? So while the request, and this happens while you're requesting an increase for your overall agency through the reconciliation. So you're going to be gaining additional funding, which I would argue requires oversight as you get additional funding. That happens every government agency, not just yours. and have a massive cut of IGs with an 18-to-1 ROI. Why was that decision made, and how do you intend to have robust oversight of the department when you're cutting the folks who are responsible for that and have a brilliant track record of doing that with every administration, Democratic or Republican, before you?
So I agree the IGs are extraordinarily important. The budget that was proposed, it was developed consulting with the IGs. And so this is a budget that OMB and DOJ worked with the IG's office to come up with, and this was an agreed upon budget from them. So while not, just because you're not giving more money and you're even taking away money, doesn't mean the conclusion you reach is accurate, which is that it's going to result in less work or less return on our investment. I just don't think that's true.
Well, that makes no sense, of course. If you have 1/3 fewer folks working, granted, maybe they're incredibly more productive, but it's really clear with an 18-to-1 return, investing as your budget is growing, you're going to have that kind of return, and it makes no sense to do that. Why? There's no financial sense to do it. So is there another reason you just don't want IGs on the job?
As I just said, the IGs themselves work with OMB and DOJ to develop this budget in a way that made them feel that they could get their job done.
So it wasn't like, we've got a budget for it. You can either take this or you're going to get a lot less.
I wasn't part of the conversation, but I assure you it was
I
not.
can't imagine IGs are going to say, okay, we want fewer of us, even though we have an 18-to-1 return. And we're the guardian to make sure that people can trust what happens in federal government. And it makes no sense to me to have that cut. And I think it speaks volumes of what this administration is really focused on. And it's not about reducing waste, fraud, and abuse. You don't do that by decimating the IG Corps. You certainly saw him fire a number of IGs earlier and have serious concerns. Mr. Blanche, the president also signed an executive order on March 31 directing the Department of Justice, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Postal Service to take a series of actions related to federal elections, including the creation of a federal citizenship list and new rules on mail ballot distribution. That order is rightly being challenged in federal court, as these are state functions. But recent reporting indicated that the implementation of that order is being coordinated through the White House meetings involving senior Department of Justice leadership, including Assistant Attorney General Harmet Dillon. So my question for you, sir, is what is the department's role in implementing the March 31st executive order?
Well, I want to be careful because it is under litigation, but it's as you just described. It's working with other agencies within the administration to implement the goals, which I think are appropriate goals, to make sure that we have free and fair elections, to make sure that those are implemented, whether it's DOJ that needs to implement them or some other federal agency.
Well, you have other agencies. The same reporting identified the official leading the Department of Homeland Security's work, as you said, you're all working together on this, who now serves as the DHS Deputy Assistant Secretary for Election Integrity. Her name is Heather Honey, who is in that position. Ms. Honey's prior claims were central to the effort to challenge the 2020 election results. Claims, as you know, have been widely disproven. It's not true, none of this stuff. She's a key player there. So my question for you, sir, is the department taking policy direction, either formally or informally? You say they are from your previous answer, but from an official whose prior work was built on disproven claims about a prior federal election?
Yeah. Our policy direction comes from President Trump and his leadership team. So I know the person you're speaking about. She's part of DHS and certainly in meetings that we have about election integrity. But as far as whether myself or Harmet Dillon take policy directions, we take them from the president.
So interesting. A person who was part of these widely disproven false allegations, and a president who, of course, subscribes to that as well. So that's what you're telling me. That's what's driving this effort by the federal government to basically take powers that the Constitution reserves for our states. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, General Blanche. Thank you. General Blanche, last week I took this topic up with Director Patel. I'd like to revisit it with you. That has to do with the work that's taking place in various jurisdictions across the country to make them more safe. And I want to commend the department for the work on Memphis Safe. The task force there has resulted in a 43% decrease in violent crime since the operation commenced. I think it's a shining example of what happens when you have state and local governments cooperating with the federal government, and the dramatic improvements that we've seen in violent crime and enhancing safety are really very much appreciated. I just wanted to ask you to take a few minutes and walk us through the whole of government approach that you've taken and how that's been executed. And from that, what lessons we might learn that could be applied to other jurisdictions.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, in your state, the Memphis task force is one of the shining stars of law enforcement over the past year, also DC as well. And the way that it works is that we no longer care about stats within an agency, the FBI, DEA, marshals, HSI, state and local. It's just one government, and it's a one government approach. So what happens in Memphis, and what should happen in every city in this country, is every day law enforcement gets together in a room and they decide who they're going to go out and get that day, whether it's someone wanted for murder, rape, any other burglary, whether it's just somebody who has a warrant out for their arrest, and then they focus on doing it. And they do it if they need a prosecutor to write a warrant, they go to get the prosecutor to write a warrant. If they need a state DA to help because it's a state charge, they get the state DA's office. And what you saw, you just described the reduction in crime, but you have streets in Memphis now that were unwalkable 6 months ago, and that now there was a few new restaurants opening, I heard last week, and that's complete success. I wish we could do what we were able to do in Memphis in every city in this country.
Could we stay on that for just a moment? Because
yes,
I understand that there are other jurisdictions in the United States that are refusing to cooperate. Is there anything that we could do, any tool that we could provide to help you with this, with these non-compliant jurisdictions?
Look, I think one thing we can do is just keep on showing the American people what it looks like when you do it right. And hopefully these local politicians that are doing it wrong will be shamed into doing it right. We also are in many cases filing lawsuits against some of these cities where they're actually violating the Constitution and violating federal law in the way that they're treating federal law enforcement and the work that federal law enforcement is doing. But all I can do as the acting attorney general is offer everybody that we will work as hard as we can with our law enforcement to work with the state and locals to combat crime.
Thank you.
And that's what President Trump ordered me to do, and that's what I will continue to do.
Well, thank you for that. I would just like to show my colleagues, I get a daily report on the results of what's happening in Memphis from your team and many others, and it's quite impressive. The accountability makes a real difference. I'd like to turn to another issue, though, one that's deeply concerning. I think it is concerning to me. It should be concerning to every American, and that's bringing to light what happened under the previous administration, the Biden Department of Justice, when they weaponized the extraordinary powers of your department with Arctic frost. If you think about it, they used this Arctic frost to persecute the president and also go after his closest allies, including me. And I was shocked to find out last year that under President Biden, the DOJ had secretly obtained my phone records from Verizon. And even though Verizon was obligated to let me know that, they chose not to. And when I brought the problem to Verizon's attention, all they've done is tried to stonewall me. And we've brought it before the FCC in the form of a complaint. Again, Verizon simply continues to stonewall. And if I think about what Verizon with the Biden DOJ did, they specifically chose to ignore the fact that nothing can or should stop a phone provider from notifying a member of Congress when their constitutional rights are being violated, as mine were violated. It turns out that Verizon's chief legal officer, Vandana Venkatesh, used to work for Henry Waxman, one of the most partisan players up here. And she is the general counsel. I'm seriously concerned, at least, that Ms. Venkatesh and Verizon may have collaborated with their friends at the Biden DOJ. They never told me or my colleagues about it because they might have been worried that the truth would come out. They might have been worried that would endanger their plans to make a $20 billion acquisition of Frontier Communications. It's contemptible, it's damning, but I think there may have been a real reason there. I want justice to be done here, and I really would appreciate your help getting to the bottom of it. So here's my question. Can I get your commitment that the DOJ will work with me and my colleagues, Senator Grassley and Senator Johnson, in bringing full accountability to this abuse of power?
Absolutely. And obviously, Senator, one way we do that is by the work we're doing to make sure you all get your oversight responsibilities as much as you deserve, to get the materials that we're reviewing and collecting, but then also in proactively the work that we're doing to make sure that what happened never happened again. I mean, understand that there are times when we subpoena phone records, we do not want the bad guys to know that we did it because we're still investigating. But the idea that could be done to a United States senator and that it would be okay for a prosecutor to just do it, not even a scintilla of evidence anybody did anything wrong, and then not provide notice to is in some ways the worst form of abuse by the Department of Justice.
Well, in fact, there's a constitutional ban, and I think a first-year law student should know that. You know, when AT&T was requested to provide the same records, they saw the constitutional problem. They stopped. Verizon was willingly handing over my records and those of other my colleagues. And I just asked myself, what was the purpose? What was the motivation for them to violate my constitutional rights? Was it because they wanted to make friends with the FCC, maybe Ms. Venkatesh, to get an appointment sometime later? I don't know. Was it because of this frontier acquisition that they had in mind? I don't know, but we need to get to the bottom of it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General, Acting Attorney General, for being here.
Thank you.
I've listened to your testimony today, and I have a concern about your focus. New York City was the site of the last major terrorist attack against the United States at 9/11. We benefit greatly from what you've mentioned, this whole of government approach,
Yes.
where we integrate CIA, NSA, DOD, FBI, DOJ, all integrated seamlessly, NYPD, to keep our city safe. It's one of the biggest cities in the country. It's one of the most dynamic cities in the country, and our public safety is paramount. But I've looked at your record, and I am deeply concerned that you are not using this whole of government approach, because I see you slashing programs left and right that we know work for all sorts of things, from drugs to gun trafficking to community policing to cops program, slashing so many programs that I know work. So I want to take you through them and hear from you why your focus isn't where New York City and the state and the country need you to be, which is our public safety. So first of all, do you think that China, Iran, Russia want to do us harm and would undermine our elections?
Yes.
Why did you delete the whole department then that is supposed to protect against the undermining of our elections?
We spend a ton of time, a ton of money, a ton of man hours, a ton of resources on that very issue.
Yeah, but you canceled the FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force.
That's a task force. That's literally just a group.
It was
you know what a task force is. That's not getting rid of anything.
I was here in 2016. I know what happened. And after that, we did a whole of government approach.
Yes.
We put experts in at CISA. We put experts in at the FBI, and we put experts in at the Department of Defense. Together, whole of government approach, they went state by state by state to make sure that our electoral infrastructure was sound. However, your department and this administration has aggressively fired all the people that were put in charge of this. So they were the people at the FBI in charge of it. So why have you dismissed those operations?
Where that failed, there were no state and local involved. It was all just a bunch of federal people, mostly out of Washington, D.C., okay? And the FBI agents were all Washington, D.C. The way they were agents, not around the country where we needed them. So the way that we're addressing it by closing down that task force is by having HSTF set up in every single, including in New York City. Every single agency, every single state now has a HSTF, and that is one of their main focuses. And it does work with state and local.
I want a complete report on this, because I don't have confidence that you are doing what needs to be done. Because if all the 300, 400 expert people that were in our previous administrations, multiple administrations, Democrat and Republican administrations, if none of them are good and you're starting over from scratch, that doesn't sound like the recipe for
I
success.
didn't say none of them were good. That's not what I said.
Well, they've all been dismissed, and they've all been fired in all three areas.
That's not true. They have not all been
We fired the
dismissed.
people from DOD. We fired the people from CISA. We fired the people at the FBI. They were all dismissed.
They were not all dismissed. Many of them are still here.
Ask for a briefing, look into it, and give a report to this committee. Because I'm telling you, if you agree that our adversaries do not have our goodness in mind, they don't have our protected elections in mind.
Yes.
I need laser-like focus on solving this
You're getting
problem.
laser-like focus.
All right, I'd like a report on that. Second issue, gun trafficking. We have been working so hard as a federal government to stop the flow of illicit guns into our communities, where someone can sell guns out of the backs of their trucks from some criminal gun dealer who's trying to get these guns into the hands of criminals. And we're supposed to get data every year so we can show that our gun trafficking laws are working. These new enhanced laws where police officers can now go cross state lines to do their investigation. Why are you not giving me the data about gun trafficking? I need to know if it's working. I need to know if these cases are being prosecuted, and I can't even get data out of your department.
Well, the cases are being prosecuted. We did.
Will you give me the data so I can assess it?
I don't know what data you're talking about.
The number of weapons that have been seized, the number of cases that are being prosecuted. We keep track of how many weapons have been seized that are trafficked, and I'm waiting from your department over a year to get that data.
To the extent there's data that we're
Will you
required
send it?
to
Okay, next point.
Okay.
I got like 5 points. I only get 5 minutes. Next point, community violence intervention grants. You are slashing these community violence intervention grants. They work. We know they work. One of them was to New York for 4.2 million, slashed. It prevents youth violence. These are programs that are working. Did you analyze whether this program was working before you slashed the funding?
Yes, there's still a ton of funding for those programs.
Not the ones in New York. You just deleted them. Delete. It's shocking.
It wasn't delete. That
okay, well,
4.2
was deleted for the local initiative support corporation that funds.
It's not a deletion. It's just that we're not seeking funding for it through this exact.
No, I'm seeking funding for it. I've asked for the money, and we've gotten grants for this, and you've just suspended this grant program.
I'm happy to work with you to make sure we're spending the grant money in the right way.
I don't have any more time, but there's the community-oriented policing grant cuts as well. The COPS funds. This is something our police officers and our community policing development micro grants, they benefit from it. De-escalation training grants, programs that work. Our police officers need it. And then drugs. We have an anti-heroin and anti-methamphetamine task force, and we need to be funded, and it's not being funded. So it is being funded.
Absolutely. There's a different amount of funding, but it is being funded.
No, you've eliminated funding for both the anti-heroin, anti-methamphetamine task force. I'm sorry. Which is the task force that stops the trafficking of heroin, fentanyl, and the very long word I can't pronounce.
I mean, Senator, there's nothing more important to President Trump and to this Department of Justice than combating the illegal flow of narcotics. So to the extent that there is a particular funding revenue stream that is not being funded the same way, I commit to you that it is of the highest priority to combat drug trafficking.
Last is the Public Safety Officer Benefit Program. You say, we just had Police Week, you say you stand with law enforcement. When you do not support this program and when these funds are not getting back to the loved ones who have lost their police officer loved one, it is not right. I need you to focus on this. I need you to get this right.
We're committed. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Acting Attorney General. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I want to talk about the ATS National Training Center, Tracing Center, which you know is located in Martinsburg, West Virginia. I think this is a stunning statistic for people to realize that in fiscal year 2024 alone, the National Tracing Center processed more than 600,000 requests. I mean, that is an immense amount of work. It also helped to identify the deranged individual who attempted to assassinate President Trump in Pennsylvania. So obviously, it's great work out there, but I am concerned that we have to prevent the release of firearm trace data to anyone other than law enforcement for investigative purposes. Can you elaborate on the importance of the NTC, but also how it functions within the ATF? And can you describe how your budget request will sustain these critical services?
Yes, of course, Senator, and I agree with you. It is an extraordinarily valuable law enforcement tool, but it can be abused. And so what the ATF has to make sure we're doing is we're using the tracing data. And by the way, it's not just for federal cases, it's for state and local cases, it's for local crimes. And so it's a true testament of the power of the federal government to help the states. We have to make sure that data is shared only where it needs to be shared and only to further law enforcement investigations. Our Director Sakata is laser focused on that. We have the benefit of having somebody who's been an ATF agent for 2 decades. And so we'll continue to make sure that not only we're spending the money to make sure that we're successful, but also making sure that we have guardrails around it so that it doesn't get abused either by ATF or by anybody state and local wise.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to talk about the Haida Task Force collaboration. I know DOJ is a valuable member of the Haida Task Force. And honestly, we had the ONDCP director, Sarah Carter, came to West Virginia a few weeks ago. We had a roundtable. U.S. attorneys were there, local partners, local law enforcement. Very interesting conversation. I personally want to see the high intensity drug trafficking and the Haida program stay within the White House. I know this may not be a decision that you're actively involved in, or because there's always through several administrations a desire to move it over to DOJ. Do you have any perspectives on that? And what does this budget have to say about it?
Look, I know that President Trump is going to give a ton of money. I think over $11.4 billion to combat the drug crisis, and that includes a lot of money to Haida. The way that it's running through the ONDCP now, as opposed to directly to DOJ, doesn't make a difference to the effectiveness that we can have to run in these programs. It hasn't made a difference over the past year. It will not make a difference in the coming years. To the contrary, remember, another big part of the drug fight is DHS and HSI. And so one benefit of having it go through kind of a one higher place is that we make sure we're spending the money across the federal government in the ways that is smart. So I have had zero issues with that setup, and I don't think Administrator Cole has had any issues with it or any of the law enforcement.
Hey, I mean, personally, I think the issue is so large, and you heard Senator Gillibrand talking about it in New York. Our state has a particular issue, and I am so pleased with the president's southern border initiatives. Fentanyl seizures are down, meaning less fentanyl into the country, but it's just such a devastating and terrifying drug that's killing too many people. I did want to I noticed in your opening statement, you made a comment about the Bureau of Prisons. I just had a conversation with my fellow West Virginian, Billy Marshall, who's head of the BOP. I am in full support of the $10 billion request that you've made. He's made great strides there in getting good leadership, and they're safer. We have several federal prisons in and around West Virginia, and not only are the staff safer, but the inmates are safer as well. And I would encourage you to keep pounding that drum.
We will. Thank you, Senator.
Let me ask you a question in the last few minutes that I have. There's a few seconds. All right, geez. There's always a headline about Assistant Attorney General leaves DOJ, and it sounds, like it's a political statement rather than, or a lack of confidence statement, or doesn't like the way the direction that the department is going. And I know you see this, the public reports. Isn't this the way it's always been at DOJ? People moving in and out, and you yourself were at DOJ at one point before you went into private practice. I didn't know if you wanted to talk about at the upper echelons of your leadership team, where you see this going, and is it a political statement, or is it the cost of doing business and
Look,
ebb and flow of workforce?
I think we have a great team, and not only at DOJ, but President Trump's entire administration. That necessarily means that sometimes people come in and sometimes people leave. I was a federal prosecutor until I had no money left, and I had to go to the private sector. And I think there's pressures on family, and it's not a political statement. I think the president has assembled a phenomenal cabinet, and the cabinet has then assembled leadership that I think is every day working hard to fulfill the president's agenda. And when it comes to DOJ, to make America safe again. And so my team that works at DOJ, some of them will stay for 4 years, and some of them will probably leave in the next month or two. And that's natural. And all we can do is thank them for their public service and to keep on hiring great people.
Thank you for your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Capito. We're going to conclude this hearing in just a moment. Senator Van Hollen and I have the practice of wrapping up our thoughts with questions or statements, and then we'll conclude. I'm in a particular hurry to get to the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee to ask questions there. So if I quit explaining what we're going to do, I'll get there sooner. And I now recognize Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blanche, in response to Senator Kuhn saying that Capitol Hill police officers were worried that people who assaulted them on January 6th might benefit from a slush fund, you said that couldn't be true because it hadn't been set up.
I didn't say it couldn't be
yesterday.
true, Senator. I didn't say it couldn't be true. I said it was surprising it was true.
Okay. So it is very possible that people have been anticipating getting payments from the administration, people who were part of the attack on the Capitol on January 6th, right?
You're asking me to speculate on the possibility of something?
Have you not heard of anybody anticipating getting payments from that?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
I don't know what that
All right,
means,
all right.
actually.
Mr.
But I
Chairman,
won't speculate.
I want to put it in the record, submit for the record, a January 2026 Washington Post story, a long story entitled, "For Many January 6 Rioters, a Pardon from Trump Wasn't Enough." And it goes on to quote, the President of the United States, when asked about these payments, said, "A lot of people in government now talk about it because a lot of people in government really like that group of people," unquote, referring to the January 6 rioters. Are you not aware of that statement from the president?
I have never read the Washington Post.
Well, I can tell you that there are a lot of people
I accept that you read
a long time who've been anticipating payments. You're not aware of that?
You're telling me there's a lot of people that were anticipating payments?
Yes.
No.
Well,
I'm not aware of
Okay. Well, Mr. Attorney General, you are in a bubble because the reality.
Because I don't read the Washington Post?
No,
Okay.
no. Obviously, you should be in touch with some of these folks because I asked you specifically about an individual who had molested kids and been convicted about his anticipation of getting a payment. And you said that couldn't be true. In fact, that was a lie. I want to read you.
I didn't say that.
I got the transcript right.
Good.
You said it was obvious. I'm obviously lying in the question because there's no way the person committed to that because the slush fund did not exist. That's what you said. I'm going to read from you, Mr. Attorney General, an affidavit from the Hernando County, Florida Sheriff's Office. And I want you to listen carefully to what this police officer said about this criminal named Andrew, pardoned by the president, now being charged for child molestation. He says, Andrew also told that since he was pardoned for storming the Capitol on January 6, 2021, and he was being awarded $10 million as a result of being a January 6er, Andrew did tell that he would be putting him in his will, referring to one of the victims of his molestation. He would be putting him in his will to take any money he had left over. This tactic was believed to be used to keep from exposing what Andrew had done to him, signed under penalty of perjury by someone in the sheriff's office. And you're telling me you don't know about all these people who have been signaled by the president of the United States and others that they're going to get payments.
I think that's what you just read is disgusting. It's horrible that happened, but that's not what I said. I mean, you can say you're telling me and then make up something that I'm not saying, or you can let me speak.
Mr. Attorney General,
Yes.
I'm reading from the statement here. I got a transcript of what our exchange earlier. And you essentially said, well, you're obviously lying in your question because there's no way this person committed to that because the slush fund of which you called it did not exist. Just as you suggested.
Right, and it's true that even the affidavit that you just read said that he would be awarded this criminal suggested he'd be awarded $10 million.
Now you're playing absolute word games.
I am not playing a word game.
Of course you are, because people
And
are
also words
anticipating
matter.
these payments.
Words matter. So if you're going to quote me accurately.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to put in the record, January 6 rioter pardoned by Trump was sentenced to life in prison for child abuse. Pardoned Capitol Hill rioter tried to bribe child sex victim with promise of January 6 payout. And I will close with this, Mr. Attorney General. You can't tell us today that this individual would not be eligible for a payout from this fund. I find that obscene. And I'm going to ask you one last time. You keep comparing this case to the Keep Eagle case. In that case, as you've admitted, a judge ultimately signed off. I'm asking you, before you proceed with this fund, will you have a federal judge sign off on it?
I didn't compare the cases. What I said is the commission that we set up yesterday is nearly identical to the commission that was set up during Keep Eagle. So please, repeatedly put words in my mouth, and then you say, "Oh, I'm playing wordsmith." Words matter.
Mr.
And
General,
so if you
They do matter. You said they were, I got, look, the transcript will speak for itself.
It will.
But you compared in your own release, in the Department of Justice own release, you compared it to this case. And in this case, a judge signed. My final question is, will you agree, as they did in that case, that before you proceed with this fund, a federal judge will sign off and approve it? Will you agree to that?
Federal judge. So there's no mechanism.
Actually, there is a federal judge presiding over this case.
Dismissed. The case was dismissed by the judge last night.
Yeah, because you moved to create this fund.
I didn't move. I did not move.
The settlement result, Mr. Attorney General, come on. So so you're not going to submit this proposal to any federal judge or independent?
There is no judge.
Any independent authority?
What does that mean, an independent authority?
It means not somebody who's getting to pick 5 of the members who is the president's former personal attorney. That would be somebody who would be independent.
I'm the acting attorney general, okay? The fact that I used to be President Trump's lawyer is just a fact, but I'm the acting attorney general. So don't say the president's former personal lawyer will do something. The acting attorney general will do something.
Mr. Attorney General, you are acting today like the president's personal attorney. And that's the whole problem. You've got you have a whole banner of his face hanging over the Department of Justice, and you and everybody else walks under it. And you are acting like you're his current personal attorney. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions.
Attorney General, let me ask this question in this regard to the fund. Is there in your mind the nature or a description of the individuals that you hope to find to serve on that board that makes the decisions that we're talking about?
Yeah, we want people who will have the ability to evaluate. I mean, with a couple of the questions from the senator and from others today, evaluate whether somebody who's applying for compensation is entitled to it. And if they are entitled to it, what amount and how to go about doing that. So we expect there'll be experienced people. It'll be public. People can be critical if they so choose. And so we haven't come up with names yet, and we will, I think we have 30 days to do so. And when we have the names, we'll announce them.
And what's the standard by which a determination is made that compensation should be had?
So in the broadest sense, is weaponization. It's not limited to Republicans. It's not limited to Democrats. It's not limited to January 6 defendants. It's limited only by the term weaponization. And so I expect that the commissioners, and what I expect they will do, because they'll have to, is set up guidelines and set up procedures for individuals to apply for that.
The weaponization then gets defined, could be, I assume you can't expand the word weaponization, but you can narrow where it seems to be most applicable, where the weaponization, if it occurred, is the most egregious. There's some kind of standard by which you would evaluate a case-by-case basis.
I think there has to be standards, and I think it is a case-by-case basis. I think that it will depend on, but when you say there's a standard and then say it's case by case, that's the issue, right? Is that the case by case analysis is what's going to have to be done, and I expect that it will be done. I mean, I think it's telling that everybody on the left and everybody in the liberal side of the media immediately says it's a slush fund for President Trump's friends. If anything else, that's an outright admission that they know that the people that really had this Department of Justice weaponized against them were President Trump and his friends. But that is not what the commission says. That is not what the AG order that I signed yesterday says. It does not limit it to President Trump or President Trump's friends. To the contrary, President Trump isn't taking a dime. And so the fact that there's a view that this slush fund, which it's not, is going to be only given to Republicans or friends of the president is one, not true. But two, it's very telling that that's the reaction from Democrats, because it proves the point that President Trump has been saying for a very long time, which happens to be true, which was for the first time in our nation's history, you had an administration seek to destroy the previous administration, not just President Trump, anybody that came in contact with him. I've said it before, but you're talking about his gardeners being put in the grand jury, his Secret Service detail being put multiple times in the grand jury. That's what the last administration did to try to destroy President Trump. And he has said publicly, And I very much agree with him that he doesn't want this to ever happen again to anybody. And so how do you go about making sure it doesn't happen again to anybody? Well, you change the culture, which is what we're doing. You also set up a mechanism where people that did have it weaponized, have this Department of Justice and this federal government weaponized against them, can apply. Does it mean they're going to get money? No, it doesn't mean they're going to get money. It just invites them to apply.
And they make a case of some kind to meet some standard, right?
Yes, and there's a flaw in the legal system because this legal system was not set up to compensate for what the Democrats and what Biden and what Garland did for 4 years. It doesn't know how to cope with the fact that hundreds and hundreds of administration officials had their phones taken from them. Members of the Senate had their had their phone records subpoenaed and weren't told about it. The system isn't set up for that.
In answers to questions previously put before you this morning, did you took, I assume, because what the settlement agreement says, you eliminated certain individuals from being qualified to receive benefits from this fund. What's the list of those individuals?
Well, the plaintiffs in the underlying lawsuit have agreed to accept an apology. So that's President Trump and his sons, I believe. And otherwise, there is no limitation. So whether you're Hunter Biden or whether you're another individual who believed they were a victim of weaponization, they can all apply to this fund. And again, it doesn't mean the commissioners will agree. It doesn't mean that they're getting $10 million or whatever was just read a few minutes ago. It just means that you can apply.
And the decision by the commission is by a majority?
Yes.
3 of 5?
Correct.
And finally, this issue, while it's of interest to all of us as United States senators, this committee has no jurisdiction over this issue in a sense because this is mandatory spending. Have you had conversations with Senator Durbin or Senator Grassley or the Judiciary Committee?
I have not had conversations over the past 24 hours about this. No, I have not.
General, anything you'd like to add to what you've said today or take away from whatever you said today?
No, just thank you and the committee for their time today.
There are no further questions. Senators may submit additional questions for the subcommittee's official hearing record. We request that the Attorney General respond to those questions within 30 days. The subcommittee stands at recess to the call of the chair.
We got through that. What did you guys think? That was intense. Okay, you guys. They spoke a lot about Donald Trump, so let's listen to Donald Trump. Okay, what did you guys think? And the First Lady.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and First Lady Melania Trump.
Breaking news. Today, the House passed the Fostering the Future Act. Thank you, Chairman Smith, Chairman LaHood, Ranking Member Davis, and the House of Representatives for voting unanimously to lift America's foster children above partisan politics. Senators, we have momentum. Now it's your turn to bring the Fostering the Future Act across the finish line. Let's support our next generation and swiftly get this to the President for his signature. The White House Congressional Picnic has been cherished American tradition for a great part of our nation's 250-year history. Beyond politics, it provides an important social ritual where our nation's leaders share a moment of lightheartedness as we transition into the warm summer months. This evening's beautiful setting brings families from both sides of the political aisle together to enjoy Americana, the Marine Band's wonderful music, great food, and some friendly gaming competition. This great American social tradition reminds us that some fun and laughter with our families can bring unity especially with our children and loved ones by our side. I have seen firsthand how much can be accomplished when Republicans and Democrats come together with a shared purpose, particularly for the betterment of our children. We experienced great bipartisan success with the Take It Down Act. I saw the spirit of American unity shine once again during my recent engagement with the House Ways and Means Committee as we began to shape legislation to protect America's foster care community. Young Americans deserve every opportunity to learn, grow, and succeed, and I believe we will continue making meaningful progress on their behalf. Make the most of this evening so that we can be impactful together with greater alignment in the future. And now it's my pleasure to introduce my husband, President Donald J. Trump.
Thank you. Great job. What a great job. I have to follow that. I hate it. I never like following our great First Lady because it makes me look not so good. I want to thank all of you for being here. It's amazing, actually. And thank you, Melania. We're truly blessed to have such a First Lady. She's been so popular. She did a movie, it became #1. She then went to streaming, it became #1. And I say there's only room, remember this, for 1 star in a family. So I better get rid of that. That's not so good. But she's been amazing and people love her, as you can see by the results. And that was a big thing today. Congratulations on that vote. She had a bipartisan vote. I should use you for some of the things I want to try and pass. But I join Melania in congratulating the House of Representatives on passing the Fostering the Future Act, which is a big deal, and this afternoon to modernize foster care, an issue close to the First Lady's heart, and hopefully it will quickly pass in the Senate. I'm sure it will. It's great. It's a great thing. And I want to thank everybody. We have a lot of senators. We have a lot of Congress people. And I want to thank you all. I'm thrilled to welcome you all to the White House this evening for a very special annual tradition, the Congressional Picnic. It's been going on for many years. And we're joined by many of the members of the House and Cabinet, Senate. And I just want to say a special hello to the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. He's going to go down as one of the great speakers. We've done a lot together. We've done a lot. Where are you, Mike? Where are you, Mike? Hi, Mike. Here he is. He's a great guy, actually, and he's worked so hard. I want to thank also John Thune, who's worked so hard, and he's been really, he's a terrific person. He really is a terrific person. And we have a lot of things to pass, but one of the things we did pass was a great, big, beautiful bill, and that covered a lot of territory. I want to tell you, we said, let's do it all in one time, and it was 4 years worth in one bill. Everyone said that couldn't be done, and I want to congratulate and thank the Senate, House for the unbelievable job. And while there are too many members in the House and Senate, I see half of you right here, and I'd like to introduce everyone, but I want to let people enjoy themselves tonight. So, but we have so many represented this evening. It will be something very special to remember that all of us here tonight continue a priceless tradition. This really is a great tradition. We represent the oldest and most extraordinary constitutional republic on the face of the earth, and a special privilege and a unique responsibility it is. It's really something very special. I'm standing here and I'm looking at our great American flag, and it's hard to believe, but I put that in 2 months ago, and I put one on the other side. You know, this is actually, in theory, this would be, I consider them both, we have 2 fronts. I've never figured out, nobody else has either, since if you think about it, 1792, nobody's figured out which is the front and which is the back of the White House. So when I'm speaking here, I say the front, and when I speak over there, I say the front. It actually has 2 fronts, and I put 2 flags up, and it's a great pole, and it's a beautiful flag, and it's amazing that it wasn't up before. We have another flag, slightly smaller, on the top of the White House, but it's a little bit on the smaller side. But everybody loves that pole. It's a beauty, and it represents so much. And I want to thank the company that put it up. They're the best. I think they make the best. It's hard to believe I have so many different developments all over the world. I always like putting the flag up, and I know a lot about flagpoles, and that's the best flagpole there is. Okay, so congratulations. We have 2 of them. We got actually 2 for the price of 1. We negotiated a tough deal. But we have a really representative flagpole and flag up in front of our White House, so that's good. I also want to recognize the incredible congressional spouses, families, and children who make enormous sacrifices so that their loved ones can serve, so that their loved ones can get beat up by the fake news, so that their loved ones can also beat up the enemy. And they do that. They do. They're warriors. It's not easy, and I want to give them, the spouses, a very special hand today. Thank you. Thank you, darling. Thank you very much. Thank you. You put up with a lot. It's not easy. But on the eve of the 250th year, there's so much for our country to celebrate regarding the party. We have a party that's really at a point that I don't think we've ever been at. And America's thriving, America's winning, and America's respected, perhaps like it has never been respected before. If you go back 2 years, we were not respected. We were a dead country. I'll tell you what, we were a dead country. And today we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. There's nobody even close. And I don't know if you saw the numbers today, but the stock market's at an all-time high. We had 67 all-time highs, so we've been here for a little bit more than a year now, and we had 67 all-time highs. And I want to say that in our first term, we finished the term out, despite COVID and all the other things, we had really an amazing period of time, and we finished at the highest point in the history of the stock market. And now we're blowing it away. We're blowing everything away, and we're going to end that war very quickly. They want to make a deal so badly. They're tired of this. This should have happened for 47 years. Somebody should have done something about it, and it's going to happen, and it's going to happen fast. And you're going to see oil prices plummet. They're going to come down. There's so much oil out there. They're going to come plummeting down. But even with that, the stock market's at an all-time high. Jobless claims recently hit the lowest level since 1969, the best numbers since 1969, and more Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think of that. And we have a war. We have something happening that we just hit. It's very interesting. 2.5 months ago, we hit the best numbers that we've ever hit as a country. Jobs, the best. Everything was the best. Stock market, the highest. And I called my people in. I called them in. I said, congratulations, everybody, but we're going to have to make a little journey down to a place called Iran. We have to stop them. They have nuclear on their mind, and we're not going to let them have a nuclear weapon. And we've done a hell of a job, and I think we're going to be finished with that very quickly, and they won't have a nuclear weapon, and hopefully we're going to get it done in a very nice manner. Factory construction, as you heard today, also is up. Housing starts are up, and consumer spending is up. All things, we have an economy. People aren't seeing it yet. When we started, we had the highest inflation in the history of our country. And we actually had, just before the war, before the energy forced other things up, but up or down, we had the best numbers. We had inflation was at 1.6% for the last 3 months just prior to the war. And now you're going to see numbers like that again. We inherited high prices, and we got the prices down, and we got them down to numbers that in some cases people have not seen before. But think of it. Inflation at 1.6%. Manufacturing right now is booming. American companies are purchasing core capital goods at the highest amounts ever in the history of our country. Our previously wide open border is now the most secure border in the history of the United States of America. And remember, we inherited a mess. And last year we had the largest drop in murder rate ever recorded to the lowest level in 125 years. That's the year 1900. Think of that. And working alongside many of you, and you are unbelievable, the senators, the cabinet members. We have such a great cabinet, and all of the congressmen and women. You're the most incredible people, but working alongside of many of you here, we passed that. Very important. And again, remember, I went to John and I went to Mike. I went to a lot of the senators and congressmen and women, and I said, we can try and do this at one time, get 4 years worth. That's why we call it the great big beautiful bill. We can do it at one time, give it a shot, but everybody says it's impossible to get approved. Well, we got 4 years worth of goodies approved in a period of time, and at a period of time that they said would be impossible. And we're lucky we did. And it's gotten a little bit harder as time goes by. In fact, the only one that gets things approved now are Melania and her friends. She gets them approved bipartisan. I'm going to talk to her later. I'm going to say, what are you doing? But it's great. It's great stuff. But what we did do is we got something done, and we're getting a lot approved. We're getting a lot. You're going to be seeing that too. You've been watching it. Amazing. With really small majorities, we've gotten record-setting numbers approved. And when you add no tax on tips and no tax on Social Security, all of the things, think of this, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And that's just the start. A deduction, you buy a car and you get a deduction for the first time on the interest you're paying on your loan. If you're borrowing money, you take out a loan, you get a deduction. It's never happened before. We have so many different things. One other thing I have to say, because it's affected so many people, estate taxes or the death tax. You love your children. You want to pass on your estate to your children. Well, in the old days, meaning not so long ago, your children would have to go out and borrow tremendous amounts of money to go and take care of the farm or the small business, whatever it may be. But it especially affected those in small business, but more than anything, farmers. And they'd go out. The children would go out, borrow money from their bank, wouldn't be able to pay it back. Bad things happened to them. Many of them couldn't handle life, actually. And we got it. There's no estate tax. There's no death tax on your farm, on your small business. Nobody thought that was possible. So if you love your children, you can leave your business to your children. You can leave your farm to your children, and they'll be very happy. Now, if you don't love your children, don't bother. Then it doesn't matter. What I'm saying is just a big waste of time. But if you love, think of it. You have no death tax. You have no estate tax. You can leave it to your children, and we love that. It was so important to me. We've restored the American strength on the world stage. We're respected all over the world. You might have seen I was in China a few days ago with President Xi, and it was some display. We had a great time, but we also got a lot of business done, a lot of great business for our farmers with soybeans, record purchases of soybeans and lots of other things. And they're buying many Boeing airplanes, and they're buying a lot of other things too. We had a great relationship. I've always had a great relationship with President Xi. Together, on a bipartisan basis, we passed the Laken Riley Act to get dangerous criminal aliens off our streets. We love Laken. We passed the Genius Act to keep America at the forefront of finance and new technology, and working with Melania and the group, Congress passed the Take It Down Act to protect our nation's children. So that was something. And everyone here tonight has a lot to look forward to, so that in the coming months, we're going to have some very amazing events. One of them is going to be right there where you're standing. It's good. The hardest ticket I have never seen anybody want anything so much as people want those tickets. It's a one-of-a-kind UFC. That's going to be something, UFC event on the South Lawn. Right there, we're going to build an arena. It's going to hold probably, I would say, 4,000, 5,000. The great Dana White is putting it on. We'll get it up to the max. And behind you in the park, the beautiful park, beautiful open piece of land, we're going to have anywhere from 75,000 to 100,000 people, all free of charge. We're building 8 giant screens back there. So we have a small arena here that we're building, never happened before. And in the back, we're going to have close to 100,000 people watching the fight. They're going to be all championship fights. It's going to be great. We also have, as you know, the Indy. Roger Penske is doing the Indy around the Capitol, and that'll be in August. That's going to be unbelievable. They've been trying to, he said he's been trying to do that for 25 years. He's made 129 trips to Washington. He was never able to do it. Then he met me. One trip took a half an hour and we got it done. And it's going to be fantastic. And we have then, of course, FIFA, Johnny. Good old Johnny. He's great. He's doing a fantastic job. Johnny Infantino. We have the FIFA World Cup and our great American State Fair on the National Mall and the Freedom 250 Grand Prix here. And then on July 4th, we have an unbelievable display. And don't forget, we have a thing called the Olympics coming up. I got the Olympics during my first term, and then I got FIFA during my first term. And I said, oh, I won't be able to see it because it happened now. But then strange things happened with an election. And I didn't get to serve the 4 years that I was supposed to serve. I don't want to say it. I don't want to be controversial. The election was rigged. And we came back and we did something very special. And I ended up getting the Olympics and getting FIFA. And we got 252. I want to take credit for 250 years, but that I'm not going to get away with. But we're going to have an amazing period of time. So we have exciting things happening. I just want to leave by saying, our country is so strong. Our military is the greatest in the world. You saw that with Venezuela. You see it now with Iran. We wiped out their Navy. The Navy is gone. The Air Force is gone. Their anti-aircraft is gone. All of their material that they use for warfare is gone. Just about everything is gone. I don't want to say their leaders are gone because it's not very nice, but that happens to be true. And they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. We won't be able to put up with that, and we're not going to put up with it. And just to say one final thing, in the history of the world, there's never been anything like happened over the last short period of time. 18 trillion with a T dollars is being invested in the United States. There's never been anything close. As an example, the previous administration in 4 years, the previous administration in 4 years had less, substantially less than $1 trillion. We have $18 trillion in 11 months. We haven't gotten the results from the last month, from the 12th month. But think of that, 18 trillion. In the history of the world, there's been no country with anywhere even close to that number. And all of that money is going to building factories. And I mean car plants, auto plants, everything is coming back, AI plants. We have everything coming back. We've never had a situation like it. We're building plants, thousands of plants all over our country, $18 trillion. It's many times greater than another country, a certain other country that I just visited. If you go, I won't mention names. If you go back 10 years, that had the record at 3 trillion. We're at 18 trillion. There's never been anything like that in history. So I just want to thank you all. You're spectacular people, the political people out there. I love you all. And we're going to have one hell of a time for the next few years. And hopefully the next few years will lead to greatness for many, many years to come. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
So funny. I'm not I love this, but I think there's something let's go to Dick I love that. We got to get to JD Vance. I can watch Donald Trump all day. She is beautiful, Ruth. She is. Okay. But I got to get through this stream tonight. I see some of you trying to distract me in the chat, asking me about other folks that I don't care about right now. Okay. In the middle of a damn string. Okay, let's go to JD Vance. I'm not gonna let this person piss me off. I have to get rid of her comments in my chat because that's bad energy. Okay, you guys, I don't know if you've seen this one, but it's pretty interesting. Hold on.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody.
It's right
How you guys
there.
doing? Good, good. Okay, I've got my cheat sheet here, so I know who to call on. Most importantly, who not to call on. Let me start out with a few things. So first of all, proud to announce that next week I will be speaking at the Air Force Academy commencement ceremony. Last year, I spoke at the Naval Academy commencement ceremony, and it was one of the great honors and privileges of my life. So I'm excited to go out there to Colorado and participate in that ceremony. The second thing is I want to highlight a little bit some of the work that we've been doing, the great work our team has been doing on the anti-fraud task force, where we have caught just in the last couple of months billions upon billions of dollars of fraud in our hospice system, in our Medicaid system, in our Medicare system, in our immigration system. We've seen hundreds of millions of dollars of fraudulent loans that were being handed out through the Small Business Administration that we've identified and stopped. We've also started investigating some of the fraudulent criminal activity and also prosecuting some of the fraudulent criminal activity. So the thing that I say to the American people, and I'll repeat here to all of you, is, fraud is a crime that has two victims. It has, first of all, the American taxpayer, people who pay their taxes, who out of their generosity, and because they have to, of course, they pay their taxes expecting that it's going to go to pay our troops and ensure that low-income children have access to food and ensure that people get medical benefits, even if they're not able to afford a doctor. I think it's a great thing about our country is that we have this generosity of spirit where we take care of one another. But fraud takes that away from us because it steals money from the taxpayer when they pay their taxes. And it also steals money from innocent people who are meant to benefit from these programs but can't when the money runs dry because it's gone to fraudsters instead of the people who benefit from it or should benefit from it. So we're going to keep that work up. The President of the United States has been very clear that he wants us to focus on fraud. He wants us to prosecute the fraudsters, and he wants us to save the American people as much money as we possibly can. So we're going to keep at it. We're very proud of that work, and importantly, very proud of the team who've done an incredible job. And then finally, just to give an update on the Iran negotiation, the Iran situation, I just talked to the president very briefly before I came out here. It's actually a very simple proposition here. There are two options, two pathways we can go down when it comes to the Iran situation. So step back for a little bit. What the president of the United States has said is, number one, Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. And I think it's important for the American people and all of you to appreciate that when we say that, it's not just that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, it's what would happen if the Iranians did get a nuclear weapon. We know that a lot of nations all across the Gulf would then want their own nuclear weapon, and then a lot of nations all across the world. And what has been a very effective bright spot of American foreign policy really for the last 20 or so years would disappear overnight. If you have every country in the world scrambling to try to get a nuclear weapon, it would make us all much less safe. And Iran would really be the first domino and what would set off a nuclear arms race all over the world. That's very, very bad for the safety of our country. As the father of 3 young kids, I don't want them to inherit a world where 20 additional regimes, half of them very dangerous and very sympathetic to terrorists, have nuclear weapons. We want to keep the number of countries that have nuclear weapons small, and that's why Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, on top of all the other things that we might be worried about, that they themselves could use it, that they could use it in leverage and economic control or economic negotiations. We just don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. Now, what we did here is that we effectively degraded their conventional military capability. That has been done. That has been successfully done. You could always do a little bit more, but where we are now is the president has asked us, has told us to aggressively negotiate with the Iranians. Why did I go to Islamabad, Pakistan? Why did I spend, I think, probably 22 hours on a plane going there, 24 hours coming back, and then 21 hours on the ground negotiating with the Iranians? Is because we wanted to show a sign of good faith. The vice president of the United States is willing to cut a deal so long as the Iranians are willing to meet us again on that core issue of never having a nuclear weapon. We think that we've made a lot of progress. We think the Iranians want to make a deal. The president of the United States has asked us to negotiate in good faith, and that's exactly what we've done. So we're in a pretty good spot here, but there's an option B. And the option B is that we could restart the military campaign to continue to prosecute the case, to continue to try to achieve America's objectives. And we could talk a little bit about what that looks like, but that's not what the president wants. And I don't think it's what the Iranians want either. We have an opportunity here, I think, to reset the relationship that has existed between Iran and the United States for 47 years. That's what the president has asked us to do, and that's what we're going to keep on working at. But it takes two to tango. We are not going to have a deal that allows the Iranians to have a nuclear weapon. So as the president just told me, we're locked and loaded. We don't want to go down that pathway, but the president is willing and able to go down that pathway if we have to. So with that, I will say thank you all. It's cool to be here. I'm going to give a shout out, of course, to the person I am replacing today, Carolyn Levitt, who hopefully is at home enjoying some time with her beautiful kids. I told Carolyn I would stand in for her today for the White House press briefing on the condition that when Usha has our baby in July, that she would be vice president for a couple weeks. So thank you, guys. And I actually want to start first with Nick from Breitbart. Nick, it's good to see you.
Good to see you, Mr. Vice President. Thank you. Today we saw the president endorse Ken Paxton over John Cornyn in the Texas Senate race. Do you think that sends a message going forward for the next cycle to senators, considering running for re-election, or any mega-aligned potential candidates that are considering challenging them?
Well, I'd say a couple things, Nick. First of all, I think the president's very gratified by the response that he's heard from the base and from a lot of voters. I think who are passionate about Ken Paxton. We think Ken Paxton is going to be a great senator for the people of Texas, but most importantly, a great United States senator who can work on solving the problems that all of us confront as a country together. I've known John Cornyn for a long time, but unfortunately, when it really counted, Ken Paxton was there for the country, was there for the president, and that's why he ultimately earned the president's endorsement. He thinks he's going to be a better senator, thinks he's going to make a better candidate. And so I do think it sends a message, but really not just the endorsement, but one of the things the president has done very effectively, going back 10 years in his leadership of the Republican Party and the country as president of the United States, is he said, I want people who fight for the good. I want people who can't be bought by corporate lobbyists, who can't be bought by Wall Street, who can't be bought by special interests, who are going to go to Washington and fight for the people who actually elected them to those positions. And I think one of the things we've seen in the Republican Party, while I can't say that all of our representatives are perfect or all of our senators are perfect, we have seen a much better crop of talent come into Washington since Donald Trump has been the leader of the party and the leader of the movement. I do think we're going to continue to see that happening. But I think the message that people should take from this is fundamentally, you have got to serve the people who sent you. And if you don't do that, you're going to find yourself out of step with voters or out of step with the president of the United States. And that's not a good place to be politically.
Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Just following up on what you just said, you said that the White House is negotiating with Iran in good faith. I think Americans tend to believe that. But what is it about the Iranian side that you personally have seen where you believe that they are negotiating with us in good faith?
Well, first of all, I'd say it's a very complicated country, and it's a country that I wouldn't pretend that I understand, even after as deep as I've been involved in this process from the very beginning. It's a great and proud civilization, amazing people. We obviously have a great Iranian American community here in the United States of America, smart people, very hardworking, and you see some of that in the negotiating team on the other side. You also see some very hardline positions in the negotiating team on the other side. And so I think you see that conflict, the fact that maybe the Iranians aren't themselves quite clear in what direction they want to go to. They also are just a fractured country. So you have the leadership of the country, there's the supreme leader, and there are a lot of officials below the supreme leader that has some influence in the negotiation. It's not sometimes totally clear what the negotiating position of the team is. And I don't know if that's sometimes bad communication, if that's bad faith. I wouldn't pretend to venture a guess there, but I will say with confidence, it's sometimes hard to figure out exactly what it is that the Iranians want to accomplish out of the negotiation. So what we've done is tried to be as clear as possible. What are our red lines? What are the things that we're willing to be accommodating on? And what are the things that we absolutely must have? And as the president has said ad nauseum, and I think I've said it a lot too, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. We want to see not just the commitment to not have a nuclear weapon, but the commitment to work with us on a process to ensure that not just now, not just when Donald Trump is president, but years down the road, that the Iranians are not rebuilding that nuclear capability. And that's what we're trying to accomplish in the negotiation. Sorry, you had a follow-up.
Yeah, just for Americans at home, because this has been going on for several weeks now. I think what people just want to know is, do you personally believe that the Iranians will come to a deal? Because we keep seeing this over and over again where they go back and forth.
So do I personally believe it? The honest answer is, how could I possibly know, right? And you negotiate with people, and sometimes you feel like you're making progress, and sometimes you feel like you're not making progress. What I think is that the Iranians want to make a deal. What I think is that the Iranians recognize that a nuclear weapon is the red line for the United States of America, that they've internalized that. But we're not going to know until we're actually putting pen to paper on signing a deal. We've had a lot of drafts, a lot of pieces of paper going back and forth. But I will not say with confidence that we're going to reach a deal until we're actually signing a negotiated settlement here. And I think that it's ultimately up to the Iranians whether they're willing to meet us, because I think we're certainly doing a good job, and we're certainly negotiating in good faith. We're going to have to see what ultimately happens with them. I can't say with confidence because I don't know what's in the mind of the other side. John.
Mr. Vice President, thank you. I want to ask you about that $1.8 billion fund set up, weaponization fund as it's being called. Why should taxpayers be paying to settle a $10 billion lawsuit that was brought by the President of the United States? And should people that attacked the Capitol building and assaulted police officers, should they be eligible? Should they receive money? Should they receive money from this fund?
Well, let me say a couple of things about that. First, John, I think in some ways the media has misrepresented what this is actually about. This is about compensating Americans for the lawfare that we saw under the last administration. And by the way, anybody can apply for it. Republicans can apply for it. Democrats can apply for it. As you know, the President of the United States has pardoned a number of Democrats who he felt were actually subject to this lawfare. I mean, if Hunter Biden wants to apply for this particular fund, he is welcome to. It's going to go through a normal process where we vet everything, where we try to identify whether people's claims are actually legitimate. But here's the question. You say, why should taxpayers fund this? Whenever the United States government incurs legal expenses, it pays out those legal expenses. When it's settling a lawsuit, it pays out money to settle that lawsuit. And the question is a dollar of this money going to the Trump administration? No. Is a dollar of this money going to Donald Trump personally? No. Is a dollar of this money going to Donald Trump's family? No. The people that would get the money are people, some of whom have been prosecuted completely disproportionate to any crime they've ever committed. Like, let's just take a couple of examples. Tina Peters is this woman who is about to get out of prison, thanks in large part to the president's good work in Colorado. This is a woman who, at worst, if you believe everything that the prosecutors said about her, committed misdemeanor trespassing, and somebody threw the book at her. This innocent grandmother was going to spend 10 years in prison, completely disproportionate to any misdemeanor trespassing that I've ever seen. Was that fair? No. Is it reasonable for her to get some compensation for the fact that she was treated unfairly? I think the answer is yes. And I think that what we're going to see, hopefully, is the entire country, led by this Department of Justice, turning the page on the lawfare. What I would like to propose, and I think the Democrats, hopefully they're willing to meet us halfway here. I won't hold my breath. But what I would propose is something very simple, that if you are willing to turn the page on Joe Biden's lawfare, why don't we prosecute people? Very simple principle. Why don't we prosecute people who violate the law? Let's not prosecute people because they said the wrong thing, or because they had the wrong political candidate, or because they had the wrong viewpoint. And I think part of turning the page on that, is to actually ensure the real victims of that lawfare receive some compensation. That's what this fund is going to be targeted at. And again, there's going to be a process to ensure that that money is only given to people who have actually, I hate to say earned it, but the people who actually were really mistreated by the previous administration and Department of Justice.
Go ahead. I understand that everybody is eligible to apply for this fund. I mean, you're eligible, but I assume you're not going to apply. You don't think you should get money out of this fund. Of course. So isn't it just as easy to say that people that attacked police officers should not get taxpayer money from this fund?
Well, look, John, we're not trying to give money to anybody who attacked a police officer. We're trying to we're trying to compensate people where the book was thrown at them. They were mistreated by the legal system. Sometimes, we do have, John, in this country, innocent until proven guilty. We do have people who were accused of attacking law enforcement officers. That doesn't mean that we're going to completely ignore some of the claims that they're going to make. We're going to evaluate these things on a case-by-case basis. And if we think that somebody, whatever they were accused of, if we think that somebody was unfairly prosecuted and deserves just compensation, then that's what this fund is going to exist to provide. It's just going to correct a wrong, and I think that's a good thing. And I'd encourage everybody, Democrat, Republican, Independent, let's turn the page on this thing that we did under the last administration where we tried to throw people in prison because they had the wrong politics. Let's throw people in prison who broke the law. I think this fund is a good part of getting justice for the people who were wrongly treated. Back there, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Just to follow up on that quickly, does that mean that people that were violent, that were convicted, were mistreated? Are you saying that?
Well, you're asking me to comment on hypotheticals and on any number of dozens of cases. Here's the thing. We're going to look at everything case by case. As you know, every single case has its own details. Every single case has, there are things about it that maybe don't meet the eye. We're just going to look at every case by case. That's all I'm saying. I'm not committing to giving anybody money or committing to giving no one money. What I'm committing to is a legal process to review these claims and to make sure that people who are mistreated by their government get a little bit of compensation because of it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Yeah, so I realize that the pointer finger is not as precise as I thought it was. The guy I have this cheat sheet, but the problem with being 41 years old is I'm blinder than I was a few years ago. So we'll say blue blazer, blue tie. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'd like to ask a quick follow-up on Iran, but first I'd like to ask you about fentanyl. Fentanyl sourced largely from China killed about 403,000 Americans over the past 7 years, according to CDC data. That's one in every 850 Americans who died. White House Counterterrorism Director Sebastian Gorka said last week that China's exports amounted to the targeted killing of Americans and war by other means. Do you agree with that assessment? And what is the Trump administration doing to punish and deter China, especially since the Supreme Court struck down the fentanyl tariffs?
So go ahead and ask the second question, because I'll try to take each question and then I'll try to answer them and then we'll go on. And if you ask two questions, I can only guarantee that I'll answer one. In fact, I'm a politician. Maybe I won't even answer the one that you asked, but I will try at least to answer one question.
Well, I'd love to hear the fentanyl response too, if not today, sometime.
Go ahead.
On Iran, is Russia taking possession of the enriched uranium in Iran a plausible end to the war? And if not, why not?
So first, on the Russia taking possession of the enriched uranium, look, these things are being discussed through negotiation. That is not currently our plan. That has never been our plan. I've seen some reporting on that. I don't know where it comes from, but the president's going to continue to negotiate a deal. So that is not currently the plan of the United States government. The Iranians have not raised it. My sense is that's not something the Iranians would be particularly excited about. And I know the president isn't particularly excited about it either, but who knows? I'm not going to make pre-commitments in a negotiation on any particular topic. On the question of fentanyl, a lot of people have died from fentanyl. Absolutely. A lot of it has come from mainland China. We're certainly aware of that. But here's what I'll say. First of all, we've made incredible strides under Donald Trump's leadership to cut down on fentanyl deaths. If you look at the number of people who died in 2026, it's going to be lower than the number who died in 2025, which is way lower than the number who died in 2024. This is one of the things that I think all Americans, we should be celebrating. And I'm certainly proud of the president's leadership for making this possible. We ran, if you remember, in November of 2024 on a very simple idea that a lot of fentanyl came from East Asia. It was smuggled into Central and South America, and then the cartels would bring it into our country, and a lot of our people would get poisoned and killed because of it. We said if you got control of the southern border, we would see a substantial reduction in the number of people who died from fentanyl overdoses in the United States of America, and that is exactly what's happened. Now, yes, the president has raised this with President Xi any number of times. I know it came up during the meeting that they had in China just last week, but it's come up in any number of phone calls, and our sense is that President Xi has been willing to work with us on this, and obviously we want to continue to ensure that the Chinese work with us as much as possible because we don't want our people to be poisoned. So we'll keep working on that issue with the Chinese. There's been, I think, a big amount of progress that's been made, but of course we can make a lot more progress, and we're certainly going to be committed to doing exactly that. Right. Yeah. White jacket, sorry.
Oh, okay, yeah. Natalie with Washington.
Natalie, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice President. Does the government need to create a new mandatory review process for new AI models, given the concerns about mythos? And secondly, in a few days, Pope Leo is going to release his encyclical on artificial intelligence. What influence, if any, do you see the Pope's guidance on AI having to broader society?
Well, I mean, I think when the Pope issues an encyclical on artificial intelligence, it's going to have some influence. I, of course, don't know how much influence. I don't know exactly what it's going to say. But I think when the leader of the world's largest Christian denomination speaks on an issue like that, it's certainly going to have some influence. And I'm sure it'll contain a lot of insights, some of which I'll probably agree with, some of which I may not. But I think that it's going to be a very, very important document. And I think that, one of the things I always found fascinating about Pope Leo is that he chose the name Leo XIV, which of course is recollecting Leo XIII. Leo XIII was the Pope during a period of incredible industrial transformation in the entire world. Of course, that industrial transformation, according to a lot of people, led to the rise of fascism and communism in Europe. I think it was interesting that Leo XIV chose that name to maybe apply Christian social teaching in a new era with a new technological innovation, in the same way that the Industrial Revolution was the technological innovation of its time. So I think it'll be fascinating. I'm looking forward to reading it. My guess is it's going to have a lot of influence on the question of what our policy is going to be. Look, what we're trying to do in the Trump administration is very simple. The president wants us to be pro-innovation. He wants us to win the AI race against all other countries in the world. He recognizes that AI is going to be an important tool, not just for our economy, but for our military. And so he wants to ensure that we are winning that particular race. We also want to make sure that we're protecting people. We're protecting people's data. We're protecting people's privacy. I think with this Mythos release, one of the things that we're very focused on, of course, is whether not necessarily the developers of Mythos, but whether some other bad actor could use Mythos to target various cybersecurity vulnerabilities. So it's something that we're working in a collaborative way with the technology companies, and we're just trying to make sure that the American people are as safe as possible. I'm not going to get ahead of the executive order or any other actions that are going to come out, but we're trying to balance those two things. We want to be pro-innovation. We recognize, artificial intelligence could be great. It could help us find cures to diseases that currently, people are dying from or suffering from. It also does have some downsides, and we're trying to balance that safety against innovation. And we think that we've got the right balance here in the Trump administration, but it's something we're going to have to keep on working on, because that's just the nature of these technologies is they certainly change. Let's go. Is that Reagan all the way in the back? Daily caller? There we go. Okay. I figured out finally how the seating chart works.
I want to ask you about the anti-fraud task force. You previously mentioned that Ilhan Omar seemed to have committed immigration fraud. Do you anticipate an indictment against her, an indictment related to that situation?
Yeah, so Reagan, I don't want to prejudge an investigation. You read the things about Ilhan Omar and about who she married and whether she didn't marry this person or that person. It certainly seems like something fishy is there, but everybody's entitled to equal justice under the laws. So we're going to investigate it. We're going to take a look at it. If we think that there's a crime, we're going to prosecute that crime. And that's something the Department of Justice is looking at right now.
Mr. Vice President.
Go ahead.
Based on what you've seen during your work on this anti-fraud task force, do you believe anything should change about our immigration or refugee policies to stop fraud in the United States?
Well, yeah. Look, one thing I'd say is that the biggest immigration fraud that existed under the Biden administration, it's not just that they let a flood of people across the southern border. That was obviously a very major problem and something I'm proud of the president for stopping. But it's also that they allowed the asylum and refugee claimant process to become totally fraudulent. And so here's what would happen, right? You would take a person who, in normal cases, would just be a traditional economic immigrant. Whether you let them into the country or not, they're trying to come because they want a better job, okay? They would come into the country and say that they were fleeing persecution, and they would say that they were an asylum claimant. And then effectively what the Biden administration would do is say, okay, you're an asylee, go into the interior of the country, here's a work permit, maybe come back in 10 or 12 years for your hearing on whether you actually have a legitimate asylum claim. So what did that mean? That meant that person was just completely given amnesty and released into the interior of the country. Well, what if that person was a criminal? What if that person actually had a violent history? We didn't do any of the work necessary to ensure that the people coming into our country claiming to be asylum claimants actually had anything legitimate or anything good in their background. So that is a serious problem. It is something that we have fixed in the Trump administration, but fundamentally that loophole, you're going to see sometime in the future, somebody is going to try to exploit that loophole. And it's one of the things that we're very focused on in the fraud task force is making sure that the people who exploited that loophole are actually prosecuted for it, assuming they committed a crime. Yes. So I don't know your name. You have a beautiful cross necklace though. So go ahead.
Over from Lynch LTV.
Hi,
Thank you so
Kara.
much. I have two questions. One of them is going back to the $1.8 billion fund, not to keep beating that, but sadly, Democrat lawmakers are misrepresenting that fund.
I agree.
Yes.
It's a great question.
And sadly, some of the mainstream media doesn't understand the magnitude of the political persecution of J6ers. So if a violent offender like a J6er was still over sentenced and mistreated, literally some of them were sentenced to 24 years in prison, put on unconstitutional pre-trial detention, literally tortured in cages, wouldn't that person still be able to apply for the fund because of due process? And
this is why we say, just to answer that very briefly, this is why we say we have to evaluate this thing case by case, right? We don't in the United States say that everybody who's accused of a crime is automatically guilty in a court of public opinion. You've got to actually look at this stuff and figure out what were they accused of. Maybe they did something bad even, but what they were accused of was way worse of what they actually did. Maybe they had their entire lives ruined in a totally disproportionate way. That's fundamentally illegitimate and political. And I find, just Carol, on this point, one of the interesting things about the American media is there is a fascination. If you go to any American law school, there are these, prisoner rights clinics. There are people who objectively committed heinous crimes, but the American media and the American Legal Academy has decided that even though they committed bad crimes, their sentence was disproportionate. They were mistreated in some way. You know who never, ever gets an ounce of sympathy when it comes to that disproportionate sentencing is people who voted for Donald Trump and participated in the January 6th protest.
Thank you so much.
Go to your second question.
About Pete Davidson, he made a horrific, obscene joke about the murder of your friend Charlie Kirk. What does this still say about where our political divisions have gone, and what are you specifically doing to bridge the divide, especially as a potential future president?
Well, sorry, who was it that said something?
Davidson made a really obscene joke about Charlie Kirk. So what are you doing as a potential future candidate or president to bridge the divide?
Well, first of all, I'm not a potential future candidate. I'm a vice president, and I really like my job, and I'm going to try to do as good of a job as I can. But let me just say this. So you talked about Pete Davidson, who said something bad about Charlie Kirk. Look, Charlie was a very, very dear friend, but more importantly than that, Charlie was a father of two beautiful kids, and he did not deserve to have all of those moments with his kids, all of those moments with his beautiful wife taken from him in the way that happened. I would expect everybody with a heart or a conscience would say, whatever we agreed or disagreed with about his particular viewpoints, this is a tragedy, and it's totally unacceptable that it happens in the United States of America. To their credit, a lot of the reporters in this room, even though I don't agree with their politics, they were open about the fact that what happened to Charlie was disgusting and it shouldn't happen in a civilized country. You talk about bridging the divide. I mean, one thing that happened that hits, not quite literally close to home, but there was a very terrible shooting that happened today at a Muslim community center. It seems like 3 people are dead, plus the shooters. And, that community center is actually very close to this restaurant that Usha and I go to every time we visit. Her family lives in San Diego. She was born and raised in San Diego. Every time we go to San Diego, we go to this restaurant that is like maybe a 5-minute drive from this community center. And I found out about it actually on my way to the White House this morning. And I texted her, I said, would you have known anybody who was like involved in this? And she said, absolutely. I would have known some people, or at least their parents, who might have actually used the services at this community center. I don't know a single person who would say anything other than what I'm about to say, which is that type of violence in the United States of America is reprehensible. And I encourage every single American to pray for everybody who was involved and affected by it. We don't want that to happen in our country, and may God rest the souls of the people who lost their lives. What I do find a little distressing is that while every person I know, every politically conservative person I know would say exactly what I said about these innocent people who were killed, there were a lot of people who are celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. And I think one way that we can bridge the divide is just have a very simple principle in this country. Number one, we don't want the government throwing people in prison because they have bad politics, however you define bad politics. Number two, and way more importantly, political violence, wherever it comes from, is unacceptable in the United States of America. Let's talk with one another, not shoot each other when we disagree. I think that's the principle that everybody in this room agrees with. It's certainly the principle the President of the United States agrees with. Okay. All right. Sorry. I'm gonna try to read this here. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, that was kind of interesting, so I'm going to give you the question. All right, go ahead.
So last week, the Pentagon halted deployment of 4,000 troops, U.S. troops, to Poland. This is in direct contradiction to President Trump explicitly promised not to reduce the troop level in Poland. So I'm going to ask you this question, which many people in Poland think. Why are you rewarding Putin and punishing your best ally in Europe?
Well, first of all, I'd say there's been no president who's done more, frankly, to ensure that Ukraine survived the invasion of Russia than Donald Trump. As he famously said, Obama gave him sheets, I gave him javelins, and it was those javelins that ensured that Ukraine still has its territorial sovereignty. What he's also said is that he wants to pursue an American policy that focuses on the interests of the United States. And part of that foreign policy is not to reward Putin or not to punish a country like Poland, which we love. We love Poland. We love the Polish people. No. What we're trying to do, what our foreign policy is geared towards, is promoting European independence and sovereignty. We want Europe to take more ownership over its own territorial integrity. We want Europe to step up in a big way. Now, I think you said 4,000 troops. We've not reduced the troop levels in Poland by 4,000 troops. What we did is that we delayed a troop deployment that was going to go to Poland. That's not a reduction. That's just a standard delay in rotation that sometimes happens in these situations. But here's the fundamental problem. Poland is capable of defending itself with a lot of support from the United States. We're not talking about pulling every single American troop out of Europe. We're talking about shifting some resources around in a way that maximizes American security. I don't think that's bad for Europe. That's encouraging Europe to take more ownership. The United States cannot be the policeman of the world. We want to be good allies. We want to make sure that our troop presence promotes regional stability in Europe. The president has not said, though he could, the president has not said that he's taken all of the troops out of Europe, but Europe has to stand on its own 2 feet. And that's something that he's been consistent of, frankly, not even since the beginning of this administration, going back to the first administration, is we have got to have more sovereignty and more of Europe standing on its own 2 feet. That will continue to be our policy in Europe.
Those troops will go eventually to Poland?
What I said is that is it a delay in troop rotation? Those troops could go elsewhere in Europe. We could decide to send them elsewhere. We actually haven't made the final determination about where those troops are ultimately going to go. But what I'm saying is it is not accurate to say that we are pulling a bunch of troops out. It is a very small and very minor thing. And I think, frankly, a lot of the European media, again, is overreacting to this a bit. And here's one thing I'll say about this. Look, I have, for my entire life, I'm 41 years old. Entire life, I have heard chirping from the European media about everything that's wrong with the United States of America. We don't have this. We don't have that. We don't spend enough on healthcare, even though part of the reason why we spend so much on defense was because we have tens of thousands of troops in Europe. I think that if the European media wants to attack the president of the United States, they need to start looking in the mirror. All he has said is that we're going to be good allies. We're going to be good friends. We're going to be trading partners, but it is reasonable for Europe to take a little bit more ownership over its continental integrity. Caitlin.
I have a question on the war, but just to follow up, you previously told me that anyone who assaulted a police officer on January 6th should go to prison. So why not rule out giving them taxpayer-funded money?
Well, Caitlin, what I said is we're going to look at everything case by case.
But why not rule it out?
Because, Caitlin, there are people who I don't know their individual circumstances, and I don't rule things out categorically when I know nothing about a person's individual circumstances. Let's say a person is accused let's just say hypothetically, a person is accused of doing something that they never actually did, that they got a kangaroo court, that they had a judge who mistreated them. I think that we should look at those things case by case. We're not making commitments to give anybody money. We're just making commitments to look at things case by case.
I mean, but just to follow up on the war, you last week denied that the president said he was not taking Americans' financial situations into consideration when he's making decisions on the Iran war. He was asked about that again. He stood by it, called it a perfect statement, and said he would make it again. Do you believe that Americans' financial situations should be taken into consideration when you're making decisions as an administration
No,
of the war?
See, Caitlin, what you did is you misrepresented the question that I was asked, and then you misrepresented the answer that I gave. What I said is that a question that was asked where the president allegedly said that he didn't care about Americans' financial situations. He never said that. What he said is that it was totally taken out of context. What he said is that when he is negotiating with the Iranians, he's focused on the national security objectives that he's trying to achieve. Of course, the president has a mandate to be focused on a number of things. And I guarantee you every single day, I have conversations with him about it. Every single day, he's worried about his fellow Americans. He wants them to be prosperous. He wants them to thrive. He wants them to have good jobs. That's why we've done the things and taken the steps that we've taken in order to create record job growth, in order to create record wage growth, in order to induce trillions of dollars of new investment into our country. That's because he cares about that stuff. What he also said is that when he's talking to the Iranians, he's talking to the Iranians about questions, of course, of national security, like their nuclear program. You could hold two thoughts in your head at the same time, that the president cares about financial security for Americans, but also when he's negotiating with the Iranians, he's talking about the issues that are germane to the concerns of that particular conflict.
Going back to the price tag for this DOJ fund, $1.8 billion. You have people that can't afford groceries. Gas is high. People are making sacrifices in their personal lives to accommodate for this rise in prices. People are telling us that they feel financially worse off. They're very concerned about the uncertainty. How can you justify that amount of taxpayer money for that fund when people are struggling? What do you say to Americans who wonder why this fund is getting all this money and I can't afford basic life amenities?
Well, let me say a couple things about that. First of all, you said $1.8 billion, and it's important for people to realize we're not just writing a $1.8 billion check. We're going to take a lot of people who are going to apply and say that they have been mistreated by their government. We're going to handle those situations case by case. And if we determine they were in fact mistreated by their government, we think it's reasonable to give them just compensation. But when you talk about funds and pots of money that are out there, I mean, thanks to Donald Trump's leadership and the working families tax cut, we put $40 billion into a rural healthcare fund in order to stop the closure, or at least prevent some closure, of rural hospitals and rural clinics that had been decimated under the Biden administration. We had a piece of tax legislation that put hundreds of billions of dollars into the pockets of families. No taxes on Social Security, no taxes on overtime, no taxes on tips. So I reject the idea that we can't walk and chew gum at the same time. We can give just compensation to people who are mistreated by the government. We can also make sure that the American people, we do everything that we can to make their lives better, to make them more prosperous, to give them better jobs. That is the primary focus of Donald J. Trump's White House. That's the question all of us ask every single day, is how do we make our fellow citizens more prosperous? We can do that while also taking care of people who were mistreated by the last administration. Go ahead, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Kurdi here. After the ceasefire with Iran, drone and missile attacks on the Kurdistan region have not stopped. That happened yesterday as well. What is your position on this issue, and what do you expect from the new Iraqi government regarding the control of militias?
Well, as you know, you've asked the president this question before, and we certainly love the people of Kurdistan. Anytime that drone attacks or missile attacks are hitting anybody, but particularly civilian populations, that's not something we like to see at all. And it's one of the things that sometimes happens. Unfortunately, these ceasefires, they're not always perfect. We've seen that in Gaza. We've seen that certainly in Iran and some of its neighbors. But we have seen a significant reduction in violence over the last few weeks of the ceasefire. And look, fundamentally, the president's been quite clear. This is going to go, again, in one of two directions. We're going to restart the war, which is not the preference of the president of the United States. We're going to restart the operation, or we're going to strike a deal. And I think that's an important thing. That's what we're focused on, and that's what we're going to keep on working towards. Okay. It is very okay. In like the purple dress there. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Go ahead.
Vice President Rowena Ortiz with Turning Point USA. There has been an uptick in religious violence across the country. What's your message to protect people across all faiths in America?
I appreciate that question. Obviously, Turning Points would know a lot about this issue. As we talked about earlier, you guys have been the subject of a fair amount of violence yourself. I guess what I would say is the principle of religious violence is particularly disgusting, especially in the United States of America. And as a devout Christian, I would say it's one of the most anti-Christian things and anti-American things that you could do. And here's why. One, because a fundamental principle of all the great faiths is we are all children of God. And because of that, we are endowed by certain rights that are unique to our status as human beings. You violate those rights, most importantly, when you commit violence against another person. You can violate them in other ways as well, but the most profound way to violate the fundamental right of human dignity is to commit violence. But here's why the religious piece of it is particularly egregious. One of the fundamental American rights that I think came from our Christian heritage as a civilization is the idea that we respect people's religious freedom, in part because we respect them as human beings, but also because we respect their right to find their own pathway to God. You can't force anybody to a pathway to God. They have to, through their own free will, find God themselves. That's one of the reasons why that right of religious freedom is the very first right enshrined in our Constitution. So when you commit acts of violence, you're committing an act against this fundamental idea that people are created in the image of God and that they have the right through their own free will to find God however they might want. And as a Christian, of course, you might have your preference for how they find their pathway to God. They have to find that choice. And anybody who would commit violence against another human being in the name of religion is, I think, doing something that is a violation, of course, of the laws of man, but I think more importantly, it is a fundamental violation of the laws of God. Let me go with. Okay, Garrett, you have your hand up. Garrett,
that's right. Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice President. Midterms are well underway. You've got voters going to the polls in 6 states today. You and the president ran on a platform that included no new wars, cutting gas prices, cutting inflation. What do you say to people who are going to the polls today and who feel like those promises are unkept?
Well, I'd say a few things. First of all, we've delivered great wins for the American people. We ran on delivering tax cuts to the American people, which we did, the largest tax cuts in American history. We ran on cutting taxes, particularly on people who were working on overtime, working on tips. We cut taxes for those Americans. We ran on the promise of bringing investment back into the United States of America, that rather than factory closures, we were going to have factories opening. And we've seen both construction jobs and manufacturing, but also manufacturing jobs have great rebounds under the Trump administration and under our leadership. We are very aware that because of what's going on in the Middle East, gas prices have gone up and a lot of Americans are struggling because of that. Our view is that it is a temporary increase. We're taking a number of steps to try to push back against it and try to ensure that Americans are paying as little at the pump as possible. But I feel quite confident after we've taken care of business in the Middle East, those prices are going to come down. And there have been a lot of prices, as you know, a lot of prices from rent to housing, where we still got a lot of work to do, but we do see some real progress made across the economy on pricing, but also on people's jobs. Okay. I have John. I'm going to call on John. I'm just going to start calling John Rosh. Yes.
Thank
Great
you.
to see you too. Thank you.
So Trump initially said that the war would last 6 weeks. It's been going on for 11 weeks and 3 days. What's your message to the American people as to why it's gone on so long and it hasn't ended yet?
Well, first of all, the president said it's going to be a short-term operation, and I think that has proven out to be true. The active period of conflict lasted about 5.5 weeks, and now we've been in the ceasefire where we're trying to get a negotiated settlement that gets the American people the things that we need for our national security. So I've said before that we're going to go one of two options here. We're going to have a good settlement that actually gets the American people what they need, or we're going to go back to a kinetic operation. Obviously, the president prefers to get that settlement. I think the Iranians prefer to get that settlement. But regardless of what direction the president ultimately goes down, whatever he ultimately decides, I think it's important for the American people to know two things. Number one, it will be for their security and their prosperity. That's why we're doing this. And number two, this is not going to be the sort of thing that lasts forever. I think a lot of Americans, especially in my generation, who are worried about forever endless conflicts, we have to remember, I think you said 11 weeks, a big chunk of that has been a ceasefire. This is not a forever war. We're going to take care of business and come home. That's what the president's promised, and that's exactly what he's going to deliver. Go ahead. Yes. No, the orange. Yeah. Guys, please don't shout over each other.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Egyptian Foreign Minister today, in an interview on CNN, he said that the Arab countries are working with you on a memorandum of understanding between the U.S. and Iran that can lead to a deal. Can you confirm that? And one other question also on Iran. You've spent over than 20 hours with the Iranian negotiating. Do you believe that other countries may be able to achieve what those negotiations could not?
Well, I think that the purpose of our initial negotiation was, one, to establish some relationships between two countries that hadn't talked directly in a very, very long time. And number two, just to get the pathway started to negotiation. I don't think any of us, meaning me, Jared Kushner, and Steve Witkoff, had any great confidence that we were going to be able to reach a deal. But we did think we were going to take important steps along the pathway to reaching a deal, and we did. Now, you asked what the Egyptian foreign minister said. I haven't seen those comments, so I won't comment on them myself. What I'd say is I'm not going to detail what's going on in the negotiation. There's a lot of back and forth. A lot of good progress is being made, but we're just going to keep on working at it, and eventually we'll either hit a deal or we won't, but we're going to keep on working at it. And I think it's important for us to actually privately have these conversations, because sometimes when you're doing a negotiation and you put everything out there in public, it actually complicates things more than it should. So we're going to keep these negotiations private until we've got something, of course, to tell the American people, and at that time we will. Okay. Yeah. Is that a magenta tie? It's hard to tell. He's like a purple tie there, right?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr.
so
Vice
this guy insists that he has the real purple tie. So I'll give you a question too. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Two questions for you, one on Iran and one on China, given the president's trip last week to Beijing. On Iran, you met on April the 11th with Iranian negotiators, including the foreign minister. Is it your sense, Mr. Vice President, that they're just stringing the U.S. along? That's the sense from lawmakers from both parties. And then on China, you come from a state that manufactures a lot of automobiles. Is it your sense that within this term that you have with the president, that China branded vehicles will be sold right here in America?
Well, I think that what the president has shown a willingness to do, unlike any president in my lifetime, is to protect the American automotive industry. We're not going to let the American automotive industry disappear. There are a lot of ways in which we've reinvested, in which we've tariffed foreign competitors to ensure that American car workers, American auto workers, and the products they develop are going to be made right here in the United States of America, and also available right here in the United States of America. I think it's important for just the American people. I want to make this point. Car manufacturing is one of those skills that when it disappears, it's hard to regain. And when you've got people who can build complex machines, and our great workers in Ohio, Michigan, and elsewhere, they do a very good job. They also, God forbid, in times of national emergency, can be called on to manufacture other complex machinery. So it's very, very important that we protect that native auto industry. The president has done more on this than anybody, but we're certainly going to keep on working at it. You asked about being strung along. Look, you never know until you know, right? What all we can do is negotiate in good faith, try to find a pathway that accomplishes the president's objectives, that accomplishes the national security interests of the American people, and gets this thing in a good place. I think somebody earlier asked this question. I am not certain, and I'm not going to be certain until we sign a deal that we have a deal, but I feel confident enough to keep on doing the work and to try to find a good deal for the American people, and that's what I'm going to do. So the guy with the real purple tie, I will give you the final question, and then I'm going to have to hit the road.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Sorry, this guy and then the very tall guy here. We'll give him a question. Sorry, I can't get to everybody. Marco's right. This really is chaos. This is crazy.
Yeah.
You guys got to behave yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The president's financial disclosures were released recently, and they showed a lot of stock trades in companies that he has talked up at events, official events at the White House, on his True Social account, sometimes even putting the stock ticker symbols in his posts and encouraging people to buy their stock. Americans, according to recent polling, are increasingly describing the president as corrupt. And trading stocks.
This is a hell of a question.
Thank you, sir. Trading individual stocks is something that you said that public officials should not be able to do when you ran for Senate all those years ago. And yet the president, who arguably has access to more non-public information than your average senator, is not only buying and selling individual stocks either through his trust.
Okay. What's the question?
The question, sir, is how can you and your administration argue to Americans that you're cleaning up corruption, you're preventing fraud, you're fighting the sorts of things that harm people and people's financial situations, when the president seems to be talking up stocks that he owns, selling them and enriching himself?
Okay, so here, let me answer your question here. That was a doozy. Before I answer your question, I want to just observe there are different ways to ask a question. Okay, you could just ask a question, try to get your answer, or you could do like a speech where you say, Mr. Vice President, you're a terrible human being, and so is the president, and so is the entire cabinet. And then I'm like, what's your question? And then your question is, how dare you? Come on, man. Have a little bit of objectivity in the way that you ask these questions, because there were a lot of things in that speech masquerading as a question that didn't actually get asked. Okay. Number one, the president doesn't sit at the Oval Office on his computer on his like Robinhood account buying and selling stocks. That's absurd. He has independent wealth advisors who manage his money. He is a wealthy person. He has had success in business. He's not making these stock trades himself. And your question imputes that. It doesn't say it exactly, but a reasonable person listening to that question would assume the president is sitting around and doing that. He's not. Second of all, you're right. I am a big fan of banning members of Congress from trading stocks. So is the president of the United States. All of us believe that nobody should be taking proprietary information gained from public service and buying and selling stocks. We want to ban that. We want to ban that process. And I think the way to lead by example is banning that process, banning that approach, and making it illegal, which is exactly what the president has proposed doing. Okay. Yes.
Jordan Conrad's with Gateway Pundit. I'll try to make this short. There was, you might have seen this, there was a massive United Kingdom rally in London just last weekend. They were protesting mass illegal immigration and the replacement of British culture. What message do you think this should send to globalist European leaders and to leaders here? And also, I wanted to ask about several House members are revamping this push to pass it's called the Dignity Act, but it's really just an amnesty bill giving work visas and allowing millions of illegals to enter countries. That's something the White House wants to see stopped in the House.
Well, number one, I don't like giving amnesty to anybody. Number two, since you asked about Great Britain and the United Kingdom rally, one of the great ironies of this job is that for the past couple of years, you see these protests break out all over the country, and sometimes they're fairly well attended, and sometimes they're very poorly attended. Everybody holds these signs saying "No Kings," right? And how many Democratic lawmakers have I seen holding up signs that say "No Kings"? They are very, very insistent that we not have kings. And then King Charles comes to the congressional chamber, and these guys break out in rapturous applause. So maybe they don't care so much about kings as they pretend that they do. Maybe they just don't like the agenda that we're implementing that's actually making American workers and American families safe and prosperous again. But to answer your question about this immigration issue, look, one of the problems that we have in all of Western societies is that we have a lot of people who've decided, Wall Street bankers, corporate lobbyists, and government officials, that what the United States and what the West need is more and more cheap labor. What we believe in this White House is what we need more and more of is high wages for American workers and investing in our own people. What you see all over the West, and it's kind of crazy, is this idea that the way to generate prosperity is to bring in millions and millions of unvetted people and drop them into your neighborhoods, and we simply reject that idea. So to everybody in the UK who rejects that idea, I'd encourage them to just keep on going. It's okay to want to defend your culture. It's okay to want to live in a safe neighborhood. It's okay to want your job to go to yourself and your neighbors and not to a stranger who you don't even know. It is reasonable for the people in Western societies to want to control who comes into their country and who doesn't. A lot of people, frankly, a lot of people in the media have tried to persuade all of those people that it's somehow racist to want to protect your borders, even though very often the very people who are most affected by low-wage immigration are lower-income Black and Hispanic Americans right here in the United States of America, and I guarantee that's true in the UK. So we believe in making America great again. You can't do that unless you protect your borders. I'd encourage our friends in the UK to follow the same path. Thank you all. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
All right. Whew. What do you guys think about that? Let's get to some news right now. All right. I can't leave without talking about Israel. Right? Where's he getting his stats from, Vigilant?
Well, some of the president's military leaders were on Capitol Hill today. They were asked about the Iran conflict and the status of the Strait of Hormuz. The chief national security correspondent, Jennifer Griffin, tells us what the head of Central Command is saying. Jennifer, good evening.
Good evening, Trace. The president's national security team was slated to meet at the White House today to discuss Iran.
We may have to give him another big hit. We may have to give him another big hit. I'm not sure yet.
On Capitol Hill, political posturing, but few answers about what 38 days of airstrikes achieved.
All of these things would indicate that Operation Epic Fury has achieved a great success to this point. Would you agree?
I would, sir. We met all our military objectives.
And yet the Strait of Hormuz remains under blockade.
The chairman of the Joint Chiefs characterized it this way: Iran's capability is significantly degraded. So their voice is very loud.
So why is it closed?
As we sit here today, there are low volumes of ships that are going in and out. Factors, we had 2 U.S. flag ships go out just last week.
If you look at your gas prices, nobody's thinking that Strait of Hormuz is open.
Russian President Vladimir Putin arrived in China today. He and President Xi have an interest in keeping the U.S. bogged down in the Middle East. China, which buys 90% of Iran's oil, may be looking for new energy sources with the Hormuz Strait blocked. And Russia needs help in Ukraine, where it is losing territory, and waves of Ukrainian drones are hitting Moscow, targeting Russia's oil export infrastructure. Vice President J.D. Vance said the U.S. is not pulling 4,000 troops out of Poland after Secretary Hegseth shocked Pentagon officials and the NATO alliance by halting the deployment last week, angering Poland's leaders who spend 4.7% of GDP on defense and has been called a model ally.
We've not reduced the troop levels in Poland by 4,000 troops. What we did is that we delayed a troop deployment that was going to go to Poland.
To soothe relations, Secretary Hegseth called Poland's defense minister today, and according to a post on X, said U.S. commitment to Poland's defense and security remain unchanged. The decision has unnerved allies. Today, we learned the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs will soon visit Poland. Trace?
Jennifer Griffin live for us in D.C. Jennifer.
President of the United States with a lot of information in just the last few comments there. I want to start with, if I left today, meaning the military that he's led into battle there from the air in Iran, he said, if I left today, it would take Iran 25 years to build back. And of course, that would be the military targets that we have taken out. But he says, quote, we're not leaving. We're going to do it right. So this is on the heels of learning so much more in just the last little while about the back and forth. Were we going to strike Iran? Was that planned? So on and so forth, why it was pulled back. And then just moments ago, he was talking about the race down in Texas, that senatorial race between John Cornyn and Ken Paxton. Just recently, Cornyn had said, well, it looks like the president isn't going to endorse anybody. And of course, now we know the president is in fact going to endorse somebody. He says in the next short little while. So we're all over that. The president also today, we don't know the timing yet. He didn't say it here, but he's getting ready to meet with his national security team. And one topic we know will be the war with Iran and the 42 days of a ceasefire that's barely holding. I'm Harris Faulkner. You're watching the Faulkner Focus. We got started with the president off the top. We'll move forward. Here's President Trump from the White House seconds ago.
They come to the table, they're begging to make a deal, because they're begging to make a deal. I hope we don't have to do the work, but we may have to give them another big hit. We may have to give them another big hit. I'm not sure yet. You'll know very soon. I'm in the middle of a negotiation. I'm saying you cannot have a nuclear weapon, and it comes over the wire that the Democrats want to stop Trump from further negotiations. They want to stop Trump from, if he has to, giving them another slap. They want to have a nuclear weapon to blow up the Middle East and to blow up, frankly, the world. It's not going to happen.
The president announced earlier today that he postponed that planned attack on Iran that would have happened today. Retired U.S. Marine Corps Colonel Mike Jernigan will be with me in focus. Let's begin with Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yinks on the ground in Tel Aviv. And Trey, I understand the Middle East, every country there pretty much was, on the brink of watching what would have been unfolding today. What is it like today? What's being said?
Yeah, Harris, I can tell you officials here in the region are watching closely what President Trump just said from the White House, talking about the fact we may have to hit them again. And he laid out a timeline that is anywhere from 2 to 3 days into next week. What was interesting, though, the president talking about his red line for the regime, that has not changed following that announcement overnight on Truth Social that he had planned to attack Iran today, but is holding off due to a request from Gulf leaders. That timeline remains the biggest question as the Israeli military remains on high alert, along with an ongoing U.S. military buildup across the region. President Trump indicated this is a temporary pause to see if an agreement can be reached.
How close were you to striking Iran?
I was an hour away. We were all set to go. You're talking about yesterday.
Yes.
We were going to be striking it would have been happening right now. Yeah, it was all done. The boats, the ships are all loaded. They're loaded to the brim. And we were all set to start.
An hour away from the decision, the president said there from Washington. This as the Iranians released new statements overnight with the country's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, saying dialogue does not mean surrender, and a senior Iranian official, Mohsen Razi, attacking President Trump on X, saying he sets a deadline for a military attack and then cancels it himself with the false hope that he will surrender the Iranian nation and officials. The iron fist of the powerful armed forces and the great nation of Iran will force them to retreat and surrender. We're also getting new images from inside of Iran that show a nomadic Iranian tribe marching in Tehran and chanting "Death to America." Some held weapons as they listened to a speech in the capital city.
There is no point in negotiating with the aggressor, bloodthirsty and child-killing enemy. We just fight to eliminate the enemy from the Middle East, even from this planet.
Very threatening language from the Iranians as President Trump indicated from Washington, the U.S. military is prepared if he gives new orders to strike Iran. Harris?
Look, Trey, you and I have had a lot of talk about the faiths and religions in that part of the world, and I'm curious, it is Hajj coming up in a few days. 2 to 3 million Muslims go to Saudi Arabia during that time. Is that perhaps any of the calculus going on about, quote unquote, another hit them?
It could be. There are a lot of calculations taking place behind the scenes. And I spoke with one regional source last night who was quiet as it relates to what comes next. There's an understanding that the Israelis and the Americans are sharing real-time intelligence to ensure that the moon is not out in a way that U.S. forces could operate, that air defense systems are located where they need to be, and that these refuelers are prepared to take off and support fighter jets that could be in the skies of Iran if President Trump orders these strikes. And so a lot of moving parts here, and the region really is bracing for the possibility that this war resumes in the days ahead.
Yeah, that would put a lot of people on the ground, where we know we've got support, and we support them, like Saudi Arabia and other parts around the Middle East as well, if they do this, across our holiday, happens to be about the same time as Hajj. All right, thank you very much for setting us up for the first guest. In focus now, retired U.S. Marine Corps Colonel Mike Jernigan. He served as an Iraqi invasion commander, also a former lead strategist for U.S. Pacific Command and a Heritage Foundation visiting fellow. Great to see you today. Hearing the president just say the words, "We may have to hit them again," what does that mean militarily to you? What would that look like?
Yeah, militarily, good morning, Harris. Thanks again good to see you.
Absolutely.
I think there's two things going on. There's military and there's economic, and the economics is having an enormous effect. And by the president coming out and saying, yeah, we were going to do it an hour from now, but now we're not, that adds additional pressure to the Iranians. Militarily, what this strike could look like is a variety of mechanisms. We could do the full Monty that you've seen before with all of the attacks and every night, every day, every minute. And we could have done that again 11 hours after the ceasefire was called. So it's important to remember that the president is using some rhetoric and diplomacy to give space for the Iranians to make good decisions. But we could do a full-on attack. We could do a land invasion. We could do an attack a night. We could do an attack an hour. We could just say that we're going to attack and then randomly attack once every 2 weeks. The uncertainty becomes a weapon in helping the Iranians, get to a good decision to give up their nuclear weapon ambitions.
Yeah. What about our weaponry and what's available? A lot of reporting recently about what we need to perhaps build back, put back into our arsenal. How does it look for such an attack stream the way that you laid it out?
Yeah, the Heritage Foundation did a report in January called Tidal Wave, where they examined munition and fuel expenditure, particularly in extended conflict with the People's Republic of China. And so in the long term, we are going to need to replace munitions. But in the short term, we have exactly what we need to do what we need to do in Iran.
All right. You mentioned China, and there's been a lot to say about that this week. I want to ask my team to pop up what we have. Since then, we heard some rhetoric from China's, I call them management over there, because sometimes they don't talk with one voice and sometimes they do. But President Trump also talked about China in relation to the Iran conflict when he was speaking just moments ago. Let's watch.
President Xi and I had really an amazing time. I think he'd say the same thing, but he promised that he's not sending any weapons. And, if you think about it, he gets 40% of his oil. He's not sending oil boats in, tankers in with 20 destroyers alongside of him. No, he wants it. He does want it open, like me. I want it open, and we'll get it open.
So if China says it promises that it won't give weapons to Iran, do we trust them?
No.
No matter how many times the president visits.
Like you said, right. The PRC is being very careful right now in deliberately not endorsing Iran's claims for the Straits of Hormuz, but they're also not disagreeing with it because they're doing the same thing. The infamous 9-dash line in 2023 was quietly extended to a 10-dash line, now bordering Japanese Senkaku Islands in the north and including Malaysia in the south of the South China Sea. So the People's Republic of China has an interest in excessive territorial claims, and that's why they are not coming out against Iran's excessive territorial claims. Now, as for the PRC saying we won't send them weapons, part of that may be because all of their systems that were on the ships are at the bottom of the Arabian Gulf right now.
Right. And one last one for you, kind of adjacent topic. Iran reportedly activated its air defense systems on Qasem Island near the Strait of Hormuz last night. And state media are reporting the Revolutionary Guard heard explosions and saw drones flying. What do you make of it?
You know, there's several things to make of that. I think the interested parties in the region, the United Arab Emirates comes to mind, Saudi Arabia comes to mind, Qatar, Bahrain, all of those have been attacked in this recent engagement with Iran. And 9 ports have been damaged, 6 liquid natural gas fields have been damaged. So it wouldn't surprise me if some of the locals in the area are starting to do some of their own attacks against Iran.
Interesting. Colonel Jernigan, always great to have you. Appreciate you being with me for the breaking news. Thank you.
Well, moments ago, Vice President Vance wrapped up his turn at the White House podium today, filling in for Caroline Leavitt. As he joked about at the beginning, he said, when my next child is born, she's going to fill in as vice president for a few weeks. So it went close to an hour during the course of this briefing. The big focus, of course, is the huge issue of the state of play when it comes to Tehran. President Trump says that he was, quote, an hour away from striking once again, re-beginning the strikes that have halted during the ceasefire largely, before Gulf nations asked him to take a pause and let negotiations continue to play out a little bit more. So here's the latest on this from the vice president moments ago.
We think the Iranians want to make a deal. The president of the United States has asked us to negotiate in good faith, and that's exactly what we've done. So we're in a pretty good spot here, but there's an option B. And the option B is that we could restart the military campaign to continue to prosecute the case, to continue to try to achieve America's objectives.
Okay, Bill Hemmer is on deck, but first to White House correspondent Aisha Hasni, who was in the room just moments ago asking questions. Hi, Aisha.
Hi there, Martha. And that response from J.D. Vance was to my question, asking whether this administration truly believes that Iran is serious about these negotiations, that it really, truly does want to make a deal. It has been 80 days, more than 80 days now since this conflict began. We have seen iterations of negotiations and meetings abroad. And Iran's president this week just spoke out saying dialogue does not mean surrender. So the question is Iran dragging this out? And I asked the vice president that in the briefing room. Watch.
What is it about the Iranian side that you personally have seen where you believe that they are negotiating with us in good faith?
Well, first of all, I'd say it's a very complicated country. The fact that maybe the Iranians aren't themselves quite clear in what direction they want to go to.
Do you personally believe that the Iranians will come to a deal?
How could I possibly know, right? And you negotiate with people, and sometimes you feel like you're making progress, and sometimes you feel like you're not making progress. What I think is that the Iranians want to make a deal.
Pretty honest answer there in the briefing room. The president reportedly is meeting with his top national security advisor today. That's per Axios, as Democrats slam him for how long this conflict has gone out without regime change or a nuclear deal. The administration also is still dealing with rising gas prices here at home. The vice president said that he believes those prices will drop as soon as the conflict is over. He says this is not a forever war. And of course, Martha, you have the Energy Secretary, Chris Wright, on this program to answer your questions about gas prices a little bit later this hour.
Exactly. We're looking forward to talking to him about that. Aisha, thank you very much.
I hope we don't have to do the war, but we may have to give him another big hit. We may have to give him another big hit. I'm not sure yet.
He went from threatening to blow Iran into oblivion to a few hours later saying a peace deal was imminent. Trump is no closer to ending this war.
We think the Iranians want to make a deal. We're in a pretty good spot here, but there's an option B. And the option B is that we could restart the military campaign to continue to prosecute the case, to continue to try to achieve America's objectives.
Let's bring in our panel. Fox News contributor Ben Domenech, host of the Big Ben podcast. Josh Kraushaar is a Fox News radio political analyst, and Melissa DeRosa, former chief of staff to New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. Thank you all for coming on. Ben, to you first. I mean, the next step in the Iran war seems to be a bit unclear, which is not a bad thing, but it really does appear to be vague at this point. What do you think?
I think that the more that there's uncertainty about the situation regarding Iran, the more that Republicans on Capitol Hill feel nervous about their ability to hold on to their jobs. The fact is that the president, made a judgment call. He pulled the trigger on this, which a lot of people, myself included, believe was a courageous call. He viewed the Iranian nuclear threat as being as existential as it gets, and he wanted to end it. He has exacerbated a situation here that has led to the destruction of so much of Iran's military power, the decapitation of their leadership, not once, not twice, but over and over and over again, it seems like. And now he's in a position where there are a lot of Republicans who are in his ear saying, you got to wind this up. But I think that they're saying that because they're thinking about their future career. President may not be thinking about that. He's thinking about his legacy and about the fact that he doesn't want Iran to ever get close to a nuclear weapon. So that's something that I think is a collision of interests that's happening in Washington today.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be concerned about the numbers at all. We'll talk about that in a second. Meantime, Vice President Vance thinks that Iran really does want to make a deal. He said the following. Here, watch.
The honest answer is, how could I possibly know, right? And you negotiate with people, and sometimes you feel like you're making progress, and sometimes you feel like you're not making progress. What I think is that the Iranians want to make a deal. What I think is that the Iranians recognize that a nuclear weapon is the red line for the United States of America, that they've internalized that, but we're not going to know until we're actually putting pen to paper on signing a deal.
I think that's the big question there, Melissa, because the pen doesn't seem right now anywhere near the paper, right?
Well, not only does it not seem like we're going towards a deal, it felt today like we're moving backwards. I mean, at the very beginning of this war, there were many who said, including myself, that victory needed to require that Iran stopped funding terror networks in the surrounding region. And the deal that they put forth actually called on us to back off of their terror networks. And so it's Hezbollah. And so it doesn't feel like we're moving any closer to a resolution. It seems like the Iranians are exercising an amount of will that we didn't necessarily anticipate in holding on to the Strait of Hormuz. And all the while, the clock is ticking. The gas prices are going up. Gas prices traditionally shoot up like a rocket. They come down like a feather. And Americans are feeling this at home. And so it's politically a problem, but it's also governmentally a problem because it doesn't seem like we've got a way out right now.
Well, the gas price is going up and the numbers apparently coming down a bit because you have the New York Times Siena poll. Put this up on the screen. Trump-Iran approval, strongly approve. You see the numbers up top, 18, 13%. The big number at the bottom, strongly disapprove, 56%, Josh. And we talked earlier that the president doesn't appear to be very concerned about what the numbers say. It's kind of about the legacy right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of it. And the reality is that it may take military action to actually get Iran to come to the table and make significant or even notable concessions. We're in sort of this purgatory where I feel like every day is Groundhog Day when it comes to Iran, where we're talking about the possibility of military action, but in the end, where we have, there's some deal or some diplomatic off-ramp from the Qataris or the Pakistanis that prevent, actual meaningful action to take place. Look, I'm sure the administration is talking about military options, but those polling numbers, Trace, show why Trump is very hesitant to re-engage militarily with Iran. Gas prices are already up significantly. You have over 60% of Americans, including a notable faction of Republicans, that do not support renewed military action with Iran. So Trump is attuned to the polling numbers. It is a midterm election year, but he also knows that the status quo is not sustainable either. Gas prices are not going to go down until the Strait of Hormuz is cleared, and that may take military action to do that.
I wanted to kind of move away from Iran for just a quick second here and play some reaction to the DOJ's anti-weaponization fund. Listen to this.
You had an administration seek to destroy
the previous administration, not just President Trump, anybody that came in contact with him. How do you go about making sure it doesn't happen again to anybody? Well, you change the culture, which is what we're doing.
This is an illegal political slush fund to give payouts to Trump's supporters and friends.
We're not just writing a $1.8 billion check. We're going to handle those situations case by case. And if we determine they were in fact mistreated by their government, we think it's reasonable to give them just compensation.
So you have both sides of this, Ben Dominich. The acting AG, Todd Blanche, calls it lawful process for victims of lawfare, and the critics say it opens the door to meritless claims of political persecution.
As someone who was sued for multiple years by the National Labor Relations Board under Joe Biden and then beat them emphatically and unanimously in appeals court, I'm very interested in this situation. But I have to say to you, Trace, I think that this is a situation where the administration may be creating a problem for themselves. They're going to have to defend everybody, basically, who gets any kind of payout from this situation. And look, I do believe in many cases people deserve it. That the truth is that the Biden administration targeted lots of people, and in situations where the lawfare was the punishment itself. The cost of hiring a lawyer, of going to the courts, of going through that whole process was something that they had to go through in order to fight it. And that's, I think, something that is going to be an argument going forward that the administration and the White House is going to have to defend.
Panel stand by. Up next, primary night in several states, and then honoring a member of the greatest generation.
Short time ago, President Trump laying out a timetable for Tehran to come to the negotiating table once again, one day after he paused an attack that he said was supposed to happen today. Here's the president earlier.
Well, I mean, I'm saying 2 or 3 days, maybe Friday, Saturday, Sunday, something, maybe early next week, a limited period of time. Because we can't let them have a nuclear weapon. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would start with Israel. They would blow it up, and they would blow it up fast, but they'd blow it up.
Retired four-star General Jack Keane, chairman of the Institute for the Study of War, former Army Vice Chief of Staff and Fox News senior strategic analyst. General Keane, it is great to have you with us today. Thank you very much for joining me, as always. So we saw this post around 3 o'clock. Thank you, sir. 3 o'clock yesterday of the president saying that the Gulf state leadership had asked him not to carry out an attack that was going to happen today. What's your take on all this?
Yeah, well, I certainly was surprised by that, to be frank. The reality is the Gulf states, you know, they do have the capability to defend themselves, and that's been going on remarkably well when you take a look at the number of attacks and what the damage is done. I'm not suggesting there hasn't been some damage, but to give you an example of it, the UAE alone has 19 Patriot batteries and Iron Dome batteries from Israel to defend itself. Really quite staggering. And also, what would happen here, and they're not giving any credit to, when we return to military operations, I'm somewhat aware of what's going to take place here, and it's very comprehensive. We've had 6 weeks of gathering intelligence on targeting, and we have a much better feel for what to do and how to do it going forward. And certainly the ability for Iran to do damage against these states would be reduced dramatically, and taking into consideration that they would likely be some of the first targets. I'm not suggesting there won't be rounds and missiles and drones fired at them. There will be. And the other thing is we have a huge leverage here. I mean, we can tell the Iranians, if you're going to fire on our allies and partners' oil and gas infrastructure, we are going to systematically dismantle, that means destroy, the oil export capability that you have on Carg Island, as well as all of your other oil and gas energy export capability you have on your mainland. You will suffer a devastating price for that level of attack. That is real leverage in my book. So yes, we're going to negotiations. I understand that. And the backstop for that is President Trump. He's not going to take a bad deal. And that's the reality of it. But I'll tell you, Martha, even a deal has its limitations in dealing with this regime, and we've got to put it on the table. And by that I mean, if you're going to make a deal with them, they're going to want some finance relief. And that means of the $100 billion of frozen assets, likely not all at once, some of it condition-based, they're going to want relief of sanctions. Not all at once, some of that condition-based. But what does that actually do? That extends the life of this regime. That means we're going to have these guys for years to come. Another administration will have to deal with it. That's limitation one. I don't think that's where we started. We're going to take this regime down and weaken it so significantly that they would be vulnerable to the resistance of their own people. Right. We weren't going to make the regime change ourselves, but kind of put them on a path. The second limitation is, and we know this from 47 years of history, and that is whatever they agree to, they will likely cheat and reverse it. And likely in another administration who will be burdened with that, recovering their ballistic missile program, trying to recover their nuclear program, funneling money secretly to the proxies, burdening Israel's defense, dealing with Hamas, the Houthis, and Hezbollah. All of that will eventually come back by extending the life of the regime. A deal, to me, is a near-term kind of pacifier, in a sense. And the long-term implications of it are pretty serious.
So here's Admiral Cooper, CENTCOM commander, testifying earlier today, and he's talking about the numerous attacks on the Gulf states. You just laid out their very considerable defensive capability, but just listen to what Admiral Cooper said earlier.
Iran deliberately targeted civilians in the Middle East at least 1,000 times.
Was there any rhyme or reason that you saw behind what Iran was doing and who they were targeting? Was there any purpose behind that, or was it just indiscriminate?
I think you saw a terror regime executing terror-like attacks, living up to their billing more than 1,000 times. The only rhyme or reason and consistency was against innocent civilians.
So as you laid out, General, the Gulf states are likely to be subjected to these kinds of attacks into the deep future. If there's just some sort of negotiated deal, anytime that there's a challenge to oil facilities or any kind of tension, they're going to be back on that table most likely. And it surprised everyone in the early stages of this attack that Iran went after them militarily. And it felt like they wanted to end this regime as well. So are they losing their backbone, for lack of a better word, in going after the regime? Is that why we're seeing this pause, or do you see it differently?
Well, I'm really surprised by the UAE because they have such significant capability, and they've been fighting back with airstrikes. They don't advertise it, but they've been fighting back and quite effective with it. I'm not in those discussions and not privy to what took place there. But I think in the final analysis, I mean, what we're discussing here is breaking the will of your opponent. Iran is attacking the Gulf states because they want that pressure put on the administration to stop the war. They got a ceasefire out of it. And now they're extending the ceasefire some 6 weeks. And they're absolutely convinced if they string this out closer to the midterms and oil prices continue to rise as a result of it, that the president may just wash his hands of the whole thing and declare victory. That's kind of what their objective is here. And I understand that objective, and I think we have to see it for what it really is. War is fundamentally about breaking will here, and they want to break our will, and they use your public support as the vehicle to achieve that. Our adversaries, because we're an open democracy, while we're always at war with their militaries, are also always trying to break the will of the American people's support for that war. And that's the reality of the Iranians. Are certainly no exception to that. And that is being played out right before our eyes. The same thing, breaking the will of our allies and partners to do what? Put pressure on the administration to back down. That is why war is always a test of wills. I think the preferred option is to return to the comprehensive military task ahead and make this regime so vulnerable that we put it on a pathway to its eventual collapse and get something else in there to deal with going forward, as opposed to these thugs and killers and tyrannical leaders that we've been dealing with for now our 5th decade with them.
Well said. We could be right back in that boat, as you say, if we don't deal with them. Obviously, there's a lot of competing pressures going on here. And even though they have hit all the military targets in the first round, as Admiral Cooper said, they are willing to put their people through pain, as you've said many times, General. So they don't mind hanging in there and playing this game of chicken over oil and everything else. Thank you very much, General. It's always great to have you with us, sir. Thank you.
You betcha. Good talking to you.
You as well. Okay. Short time ago, President Trump telling reporters that temporary higher gas prices are a small price to pay to avoid a, quote, nuclear holocaust from Iran. Watch.
Frankly, there is so much oil out there.
Good morning,
One
Laura.
of the things that is happening is these big ships are coming up to Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska, and they're loading up. But I don't even think about that. What I think about is you can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon.
So the national average cost of a gallon of gas right now is $4.53. In the days before Operation Epic Fury, it was at $2.98. So it's up 52%. With that, we bring in Energy Secretary Chris Wright. Secretary Wright, great to have you here. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Martha.
So where do you expect the prices to go over the summer? What's your assessment, given supply and demand over the summer? Are they going to go higher?
Hey, I don't make projections, particularly about the future, Martha, but I will say that under President Trump's leadership, we're at record U.S. oil production today, record refining capacity. We changed the blending requirements this summer to allow us to produce even more gasoline than we would normally produce for the peak summer driving season. And with 30 other nations around the world, we've released extra crude in the market during this disruption. Because yes, there is a disruption. Prices are higher than they would otherwise be. But I think President Trump summarized it well. This is a price we're all having to pay, but the cost of inaction is vastly, vastly larger than this price.
So you changed the blend a little bit. You increased production in coordination with other countries in order to try to keep prices down. Is tapping into the Strategic Petroleum Reserve an option, or is that off the table to try to give people a little bit of relief while this plays out?
No, absolutely. We did tap into the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, and we are releasing oil today. That's what I was saying. With 30 other nations, we are releasing reserves from our Strategic Petroleum Reserve and from 30 other nations around the world. But unlike the Biden administration that did it for political purposes, they sold the oil and permanently reduced the oil stored in the SPR. We're trading barrels. We're trading barrels.
We also remember that
release
President Trump wanted to replenish it when gas prices were very low. But I guess what I'm asking is, so there are different levers that can be pulled to try to keep prices either where they are or hopefully take them a little bit lower. And obviously, when you crunch all that data together and you look at the calculations, I'm just asking you because the president has said, look, we have to, tough this out a little bit. So I'm just asking, would you think it's wise to let people know that they may creep a little bit higher based on your estimate? Because the data is certainly being run, right, at your department.
Yeah, but there's so many variables in this. It's very hard to make predictions because it's not just today's supply and demand. It's perception of future supply and demand. Here's where President Trump's activities have been so helpful. I mean, oil prices and gasoline prices today are cheaper than they were 4 years ago during the Biden administration with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. There was not an interruption of oil flows then, but the Biden administration was in the middle of its attack on the American oil and gas industry, and people knew that did not portend well for future supply. President's been very clear. We're going to continue to grow U.S. supply. We're going to grow supply from Venezuela and friends and allies around the world. So I don't know where prices are going to go, but we'll get through this disruption. And on the other side, we will not have a nuclear-armed Iran.
Let me just read this quote for you. This is the International Energy Agency head, Fatai Birol, saying to Reuters that commercial inventories would last several weeks, but we should be aware of the fact that it is declining rapidly. And what we're seeing is in the market is concerns about overall global inflation based on lower supplies of oil. And I understand, I think everyone is enthusiastic about these pipelines, about more ships going to Texas and to Alaska. But in the short term, they're worried about it running out, and they're worried about inflation, global inflation, because of oil prices. What do you say to that?
You know, look, we're not going to run out of oil or gas in the United States, but when you have a disruption of supply, as we do today, of course, that pushes upward pressure on prices. And what is actually going to happen with prices, the biggest variable there is when do we get ship traffic flowing through the Strait of Hormuz again? Iran has chosen to hold the entire global economy hostage, you know, to their desire to hold on to a nuclear weapon program. China condemned that stoppage of flow through the Strait of Hormuz, just as the United States has. Virtually all the nations of the world are. I believe the Strait of Hormuz will be flowing again in the not too distant future. Could be sooner than later if it's a negotiated deal with Iran. It could take longer if it's entirely done militarily. But we'll get this message done. This is not a years-long war. I've heard this forever war term. You know, we're 2.5 months in, and I think things should wrap up hopefully before too long.
Let me ask you this in terms of global energy needs going forward, because there was a time when the United States recognized that relying on the Middle East for our oil wasn't a great idea. So we became an energy producer, huge LNG production in the United States that made us energy independent. Is there an effort underway, a global effort underway with these different pipelines and other avenues? And how long would it take to make the Strait basically not matter to anyone?
Oh, efforts underway already. The United Arab Emirates, one of the exporters through the Straits, they are already launching a project to double their pipeline capacity to go to Fujairah. The Saudis have talked about it, I'm sure will massively increase the capacity of their east-west pipeline. We can build a pipeline to the Red Sea in Jordan. You could see a pipeline built to Israel, expansion of the Iraqi pipeline to the Mediterranean at Ceyhan in Turkey. So yeah, this is a card you can play once and once only. And it's President Trump that's saying better to force this hand without them having a nuclear weapon, because after they have a nuclear weapon, most of your options are off the table with Iran.
Yeah.
This is courageous leadership by President Trump. Even in an election year, he's putting the long-term interests of American people in front of short-term political advantage. That's what leadership is all about.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it takes time to build these pipelines, but it's definitely a move that it would nice to see accelerated to make the Strait obsolete, so that Iran will never hold this card again, especially if the regime is left in place. So we'll see where it goes from here. Chris Wright, thank you very much. Always good to have you here, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, Martha.
All right, let's bring in former White House press secretary and Fox News contributor Ari Fleischer. Ari, we are still waiting on that briefing to happen. Could be newsy, which is why I'm going to do a quick market check, because I do think that these markets are very dependent on what it hears from the White House hour to hour, day by day. Right now, the Dow is down a bit, but still hovering near record highs throughout this war. It has continued to climb. The S&P 500 about flat. Oil prices pretty much sharply unchanged, as I like to see. So there's sort of this holding pattern going on right now. I mentioned earlier when we were talking to Martha, the president urging the American public to be patient with this war and the rising energy prices. Here he is earlier on that. Listen.
Mr. President, you pushed to suspend the federal gas tax.
Yeah.
Are there other initiatives that you're...
Well, there may be. It's very temporary. Yeah, there may be. Anything to keep it down. I appreciate everybody putting up with it for a little while. It won't be much longer.
Because oil at 108, gas at 453, that does inflict some pain on the American public. Does it have enough patience, as the president suggests, to continue as this war continues?
Well, the president said it won't be much longer. But here's the problem right now. The president, to use a sports term, is halfway up to the net, which is a very bad place to play the game of tennis. If you need to be at the baseline or at the net, when you're halfway up, nobody knows which way you're going to go, and nobody knows how it's going to end, and you put yourself at a disadvantage. And I start to think that that's where the United States is vis-a-vis this war with Iran. We need to either cut and run and say it's over, we won. President Trump will try to say we won, or finish the job. And the political problem the president has is no matter what, the Democrats will oppose him. Independents have a chance to really support this if it's brought to a successful conclusion and the Iranian regime is toppled and a new Middle East is begun. And Republicans will love it no matter what. But this middle muddle we're in right now is creating a lot of political problems for the president.
Fair enough. This is a Patrick DeHaan post from Gas Buddy on those high gas prices and how Americans are, apparently changing their behavior as they remain high, suggesting that summer travel is going to be greatly affected by this. Almost 67, 68% of Americans are saying gas prices are impacting their summer travel plans. More coming soon. So we'll watch if that is indeed the case. But Ari, to your point, how important that hearing was this morning with Admiral Cooper. Here he is specifically stating that what he saw as far as all signs pointing to Iran's intent to create a nuclear weapon. Listen.
All signs pointed to Iran's intent to create a nuclear weapon capability. And then to protect their nuclear program, Iran built thousands of ballistic missiles and drones, and they did it for two reasons: to create a shield to make their nuclear site untouchable, and to create an offensive capability so large that regional partners couldn't possibly defend against it.
Incredibly important to hear that in the middle of this, Ari.
And that underscores why there's a sense that this war is not yet over, nor should it be over, because everything he said is right. This is what Iran did. And we know we haven't finished the job. We haven't gotten the uranium out of there yet. They still have missiles. They still threaten the Gulf states. So there's more work to be done to achieve the very objectives that the president set out. The military has made tremendous headway, but the American people know this is not a complete job yet. We'll know it when this Iranian regime is gotten rid of, when new people step in. The Iranian people are overwhelmingly pro-Western, and a new Iran is born that no longer threatens its neighbors. We'll know it, we'll feel it, and our troops will come home. Right now, there's no prospect of them coming home with a victory because it's that middle muddle that I was referring to. And this is where things can and should be turned around. The world will be more peaceful, and politically, it would put a lot of wind into the president's sails, as well as Republicans heading into November. This middle muddle is no good for Republicans.
Ari, I'll finish off with this. This is President Trump earlier, obviously coming off the incredibly important meeting with President Xi. Xi apparently made this promise to the president. Listen.
President Xi has promised me that he's not sending any weapons to Iran. That's a beautiful promise. If you think about it, he gets 40% of his oil. He's not sending oil boats in, tankers in with 20 destroyers alongside of it. No, he wants it. He does want it open, like me. I want it open, and we'll get it open.
Not a lot changes till that happens, and that's going to be a big challenge. Ari, final thought.
Well, no question. China is suffering as a result of this war. The price of oil has surged for Chinese, and it hurts them hard. But as for the promise that he's not sending any weapons, that's a trust but verify promise. He may be saying that, and the weapons are still being shipped. So I'm not sure I really trust what he's saying.
Got it. Ari, always appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Just following up on what you just said, you said that the White House is negotiating with Iran in good faith. I think Americans tend to believe that, but what is it about the Iranian side that you personally have seen where you believe that they are negotiating with us in good faith?
Well, first of all, I'd say it's a very complicated country, and it's a country that I wouldn't pretend that I understand, even after as deep as I've been involved in this process from the very beginning. It's a great and proud civilization, amazing people. We obviously have a great Iranian American community here in the United States of America, smart people, very hardworking, and you see some of that in the negotiating team on the other side. You also see some very hardline positions in the negotiating team on the other side. And so I think you see that conflict, the fact that maybe the Iranians aren't themselves quite clear in what direction they want to go to. They also are just a fractured country. So you have the leadership of the country, there's the supreme leader, and then there are a lot of officials below the supreme leader that has some influence in the negotiation. It's not sometimes totally clear what the negotiating position of the team is. And I don't know if that's sometimes bad communication, if that's bad faith. I wouldn't pretend to venture a guess there, but I will say with confidence, it's sometimes hard to figure out exactly what it is that the Iranians want to accomplish out of the negotiation. So what we've done is tried to be as clear as possible. What are our red lines? What are the things that we're willing to be accommodating on? And what are the things that we absolutely must have? And as the president has said ad nauseum, and I think I've said it a lot too, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. We want to see not just the commitment to not have a nuclear weapon, but the commitment to work with us on a process to ensure that not just now, not just when Donald Trump is president, but years down the road, that the Iranians are not rebuilding that nuclear capability. And that's what we're trying to accomplish in the negotiation. Sorry, you had a follow-up.
Yeah, just for Americans at home, because this has been going on for several weeks now. I think what people just want to know is, do you personally believe that the Iranians will come to a deal? Because we keep seeing this over and over again where they go back and forth.
So do I personally believe it? The honest answer is, how could I possibly know, right? And you negotiate with people, and sometimes you feel like you're making progress, and sometimes you feel like you're not making progress. What I think is that the Iranians want to make a deal. What I think is that the Iranians recognize that a nuclear weapon is the red line for the United States of America, that they've internalized that, but we're not going to know until we're actually putting pen to paper on signing it. We've had a lot of drafts, a lot of, a lot of pieces of paper going back and forth, but I will not say with confidence that we're going to reach a deal until we're actually signing a negotiated settlement here. And I think that it's ultimately up to the Iranians whether they're willing to meet us, because I think we're certainly doing a good job, and we're certainly negotiating in good faith. We're going to have to see what ultimately happens with them. I can't say with confidence because I don't know what's in the mind of the other side.
President Trump hits pause, holding off on plans to resume bombing Iran was set for today, giving talks more time to hammer out a deal at the request of key Gulf allies. Welcome to a brand new hour of America's Newsroom. I'm Dana Perino.
Morning to you. Hey. Good, quick first hour, I would say, right?
Zoomed right
Halftime, here we go. I'm Bill Hemmer. Good morning at home. President Trump directing his military commanders to be ready for action at a moment's notice. This as Gulf states remain on edge amid a shaky ceasefire. Retired Vice Admiral Robert Harward telling us last hour the president has time on his side, however.
Patience may be a little short of the real objective here. The president has time on his hands. He controls the narrative, he controls the strike capabilities, and he knows that the policy he set with the blockade has had short-term and long-term effects on the regime and the people of Iran. So he's been very astute in leveraging that time.
All right, let's get to a new hour. It starts right now live in Dubai, and Jeff Paul is on duty there. And Jeff, hello to you.
Yeah, Bill, and I would say there's definitely an overwhelming sense of relief among the folks who we've spoken to here in the UAE. You know, just a couple days ago, there was a drone attack at a nearby nuclear power plant. And since then, there's just been a growing sense of anxiety amongst folks that the war would once again resume. Well, President Trump seemingly putting those fears to bed, saying that serious negotiations are now taking place. In fact, Qatar's foreign ministry spokesperson just said that communication is ongoing between leaders in the region and with, quote, conflict parties to prevent a return to escalation. But President Trump has told his military leaders to be prepared to go forward with a large-scale assault of Iran on a moment's notice in the event an acceptable deal isn't reached. In response, an Iranian army spokesperson reportedly told a local news agency Iran will, quote, open new fronts against the U.S. if attacks resume. Residents in Tehran accused President Trump of making contradictory statements, but overall want the war to end.
In the first place, I actually don't think war is a good thing. If we can have negotiations in a way that we come out as the winner of the negotiations, I'm 100% in favor of negotiations. Because war really has very bad consequences for people and for everyone.
But until some sort of peace agreement is signed, Iran remains in control over the Strait of Hormuz, with nearly all ships still effectively blocked from transiting the strait. Oil prices continue to rise. Supplies of fertilizers are blocked, as well as other critical goods. The United Nations says freedom of navigation must be restored.
We want to make sure that there's no constraint to freedom of navigation on the high seas and on the Strait of Hormuz. And so we don't want any particular entity to restrict that freedom of access.
Now, while there is that sense of relief here in the Gulf, there's also some cautious optimism because we have sort of been here before where there was talks of a new strike on Iran, then they were held off. So talks and a possible peace deal could be leveraged. So we'll see if this time is different. Only time will tell, Bill.
Jeff, thanks. Jeff Paul, live in Dubai, starting a new hour. Thank you. Dana?
And more on this. Brent Sadler is a Heritage Foundation Senior Fellow and former U.S. Navy captain. Thank you for being here. I want to read to you from the Institute for the Study of War. Their analysis says that the IRGC-affiliated outlets continue to threaten commercial and digital activity linked to the Strait of Hormuz as part of broader regime efforts to institutionalize Iranian authority over the waterway. If you're in the Situation Room this morning, I mean, isn't that the nub of what has to be addressed here?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I think we're at a situation where without using military force, you're not going to get or compel the Iranians to make the types of concessions that are necessary, and certainly in the near term, not to be able to visibly and very demonstratively prove that the Iranians cannot hold the shipping that passes through the Straits of Hormuz at risk or grave risk. And I think military action is becoming increasingly likely. As we know now, the president was planning that. And I think that's probably necessary to get to the type of conclusion and negotiations that the United States needs.
There's some analysis today in the New York Times suggesting that Iran was ready for a 3-month war of intense heavy bombing. And also, if the bombing returns, that they're going to get ready to batten down the hatches. Here's what they write. They say, here's how Iran could respond to renewed strikes. In any new round of fighting, Iranian officials could adopt new tactics, including intensified strikes on neighbors and trying to close off a second strait. That would be over there in the Red Sea. What do you think Iran would want to do if the bombing continued? And how could that mess with U.S. planning and strategy?
Well, with or without negotiations, the game plan by this regime has been for a long time to delay and to try to push things off so that they don't have to concede anything and that they can quietly return back to their weapons programs and pick up where they were left off. I think it's not a lack of effort on their part that their proxies, the Houthis, Hezbollah, and of course Hamas, have not been more active in attacking U.S. interests and our allies than they have. Most notably is the absence of the Houthis in attacking shipping there. So I'm not sure it's because the Iranians have some new weapon or new, support to their proxies that's in store for us. I think that's more bluster. But again, the one proxy we have to be concerned about is those in Iraq. And again, if we restart where we were the first couple of weeks of this conflict with strikes across Iran, we're months into this. China, its biggest benefactor to the regime, has been under a lot of pressure for their energy flows being cut off because of this conflict. So the world is a different place than it was when this started on February 28th. And the Iranian regime would be, I think, seriously miscalculating that they think they could weather this again for that many months, if in fact is true.
Brett, I just want to play for you. This is President Trump yesterday talking a little bit about his meeting with President Xi in China and the future in regards to Iran.
I just left China, and I will say President Xi was very, very complimentary of our military. We're not going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon. So I was called by these 3 countries plus others, and they're dealing directly with our people and right now Iran. And there seems to be a very good chance that they can work something out. If we can do that without bombing the hell out of them, I'd be very happy.
What would you expect to see from the Iranians on that? I mean, they are masters at delay, but they also are in dire straits.
Yeah, I mean, the proof will be in the pudding if the Chinese are able to apply adequate pressure, which they've been reluctant to do. And I don't know how serious that pressure is or leverage they have over the regime in Tehran at the end of the day. It's important to note that Putin is in Beijing right now, and it'd be interesting if even more pressure is applied or what the conversation is between the 2 leaders there in Beijing that might also be helpful to try to get the Iranians to at least begin serious concessions to end this war. The other part of this is perhaps, movement in the ending the war in Ukraine. But right now, all the eyes are on what these 2 might discuss concerning pressure on Tehran, if any.
Brent, great to have you back. Thank you, sir. Brent Sadler, kind of waiting for the next shoe to drop, aren't we? Kind of feels like that. Thank you for your time today.
Have a good day.
Let's get some analysis. Vice Admiral Robert Harwood, former CENTCOM deputy commander. Thanks for coming back, sir, and good morning to you. General Keane was with Dane and me yesterday. Let's begin with this analysis, and we'll get to you, Blanche.
The president has exhibited a huge amount of patience here since the ceasefire on April the 8th. And we've tried to work a deal with these guys, and it just doesn't seem possible. And where we are, we're on the cusp of going back into military operations. When we stopped, Bill and Dana, we had 2 weeks to go, a little less than 30% of the targets. Those targets remain, but we have better intelligence now after these 5-6 weeks. So that target list is expanded. It's considerably more comprehensive.
Admiral, I think the general is exactly right about the point he makes. And also, Iran has a vote in this as well. They've reconfigured a number of things, I am certain. What do you think the next best move is today?
Well, I agree with the general completely, with one caveat. Patience may be a little short of the real objective here. The president has time on his hands. He controls the narrative, he controls the strike capabilities, and he knows that the policy he set with the blockade has had short-term and long-term effects on the regime and the people of Iran. So he's been very astute in leveraging that time. And so I don't see it as negotiations. It really is capitulation. The president's made it very clear. You will not have a nuclear weapon. You will not have the materials, surrender that, and you will ensure that the Straits of Hormuz are open to free commerce, that you have no claims for surcharge or approving. Those two things are irreversibly, and the president knows he's in the position to demand those. So I think in that sense, he controls the narrative and when he would strike. I'd also say that patience and the request from Saudi, Qatar, UAE may be more also religious at the moment. You're in the middle of Hajj. You have millions of Muslims in Saudi doing their annual Hajj at the end of this month, and that includes 30,000 Iranians. And so that plays into the calculus. Do you want to strike during Hajj, which is a very sacred Muslim month in activity, followed by Eid al-Adha? So both of those things are the time equation, and that's what the president controls most. So he can take his time, let the blockade and the economic sanctions continue to erode the economy of Iran, erode the power of the regime, enhance the hatred that all the Iranians in Iran have for the regime. So all those things work in his favor, and he can strike whenever he wants to.
Okay, but that said, this from a U.S. senior official reported in Axios, it's time for the Iranians to throw a bit of candy out. We need some real, sturdy, and granular conversation regarding the nuclear program. If that's not going to happen, we will have a conversation through bombs, which will be a shame. So this morning, if there is this National Security Council meeting in the Situation Room, and this is on the table, I mean, I hear what you're saying about the president having time and the blockade working, but also it does seem that Iranians are quite resilient, and the oil reserves are running low, not in our country, but for the rest of the world, for our allies. And in particular, you have a situation where derivatives from oil, like all the chemicals that are used to make things all around the world, like the Japanese are very concerned today. So I'm not sure about the patience point for the rest of the world.
Well, let me give you another little perspective on that. When you talk about resilience, the IRGC, the entity that controls the country, may have resilience, but the Iranian people are suffering miserably. And the more we can enhance that discord and weaken the regime, not only in the eyes of the Iranian people, but the world global economy, which they're holding all hostage to, the more everybody comes to realize this is all about the IRGC. At the end of the day, we're going to have to need a government in Iran that not only hands over the nuclear material, stops threatening the Straits of Hormuz, but quits exporting the Islamic Revolution throughout the region, causing the collapse of Lebanon, Gaza, Yemen, Syria, and as well stop their ballistic missile programs. So at the end of the day, the real center of gravity is the IRGC, the entity, the part of the U.S., the government in Iran that controls everything.
It's trying to move big pieces here. I agree with you. The blockade's working, no doubt. But you wonder if we can bomb our way to peace in Iran today. That's a question mark. Sir, thanks for coming on today. We'll see what happens later today. Thank you.
All right, so our chief national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin reports live from Washington after that fiery hearing. Jen?
Well, Sandra, on Capitol Hill, political posturing, stonewalling, and anger, but very few answers about how to open the Strait of Hormuz and what has been achieved after 38 days of airstrikes against Iran.
All of these things would indicate that Operation Epic Fury has achieved a great success to this point. Would you agree?
I would, sir. We met all our military objectives.
And yet the Strait of Hormuz remains under blockade.
The chairman of the Joint Chiefs characterized it this way: Iran's capability is significantly degraded. So their voice is very loud.
So why is it closed?
As we sit here today, there are low volumes of ships that are going in and out. Factors, we had 2 U.S. flag ships go out just last week.
If you look at your gas prices, nobody's thinking that Strait of Hormuz is open.
President Trump says he was 1 hour away from resuming the war and called off the resumption of airstrikes at 3 p.m. Monday after speaking with the leaders of Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE, who told him progress was being made in negotiations. Quote, I have instructed Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Daniel Kane, and the United States military that we will not be doing the scheduled attack of Iran tomorrow, but have further instructed them to be prepared to go forward with a full large-scale assault of Iran on a moment's notice in the event that an acceptable deal is not reached.
We may have to give them another big hit. We may have to give them another big hit. I'm not sure yet.
The Congressional Research Service listed today the 42 U.S. military aircraft worth millions of dollars apiece lost or damaged so far during the war with Iran, including 4 F-15 Strike Eagles, an F-35, and 24 MQ-9 Reaper drones. The U.S. Office of Foreign Affairs Foreign Assets Control, OFAC, has just slapped sanctions on 19 Iran-linked tankers being used to store Iranian oil offshore. Russian President Vladimir Putin is visiting President Xi in China today. Sandra, both have an interest in keeping the U.S. bogged down in the Middle East. Sandra.
Got it. Jen Griffin on that out of Washington for us. Thank you. John.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily.
All right, you guys, I am almost there. How are you guys doing? Ugh. Mercy. Hang on, let me see. No, umbrella. Take it here. We're almost there. Yeah, you can tell when I'm tired. I'm like delirious right now, but these are short.
The shooting at San Diego's largest
Let me
mosque
give you a quick
yesterday.
update.
2 teenage suspects were found dead in a
You
nearby
are
car
vigilant. I
with
can't help it.
self-inflicted wounds.
Look at this.
Police giving this update on that.
Actively investigating this as a hate crime. There are details and information that we are investigating as to exactly what those what the hate speech or the hate words were that were conveyed. It was definitely hate rhetoric that was involved.
We're still trying to learn more about this. So is Matt Finn, our reporter on the scene there in
Good
San
morning,
Diego. And
Kristen.
Matt, good morning there in California.
Good morning, Bill. Right now, investigators are working to determine exactly why these 2 young men, 17 and 18 years old, shot and killed 3 people at this Islamic center that on any given day has lots of women and children on the property. And just in, Fox has obtained a photo of 17-year-old Kane Clark, one of the teens believed to be responsible for the senseless act of terror that took place here yesterday. The San Diego police chief calls this shooting a free society's, quote, worst nightmare, and says it began yesterday morning when police got a call at 9:42 a.m. from a distressed mother who reported her son left a note behind and ran away. 3 guns were gone, and her son possibly wanted to take his own life. Several of her weapons were missing. Her vehicle was missing, in addition to her son. She also said that
her son was with a companion and that they were dressed in camo.
That police chief says as officers were taking in information from the concerned mother and realizing the threat was growing, they got reports of an incident at the Islamic Community Center and dispatched themselves, where 3 adults were found dead, including a security guard who's being hailed as a hero for saving lives. Police scanner audio reveals the terrifying moments as this shooting unfolded.
2 white males, black masks. 2 white males, masks. They were wearing no camo. One with an automatic weapon, one with a shotgun. We're going to grab these 2 victims and give you like 30 measures. 10-4, grabbing victims to do life-saving measures.
Police say around the same time they were making entry, they got a call of a car a few blocks away that had shot at a landscaper who was going to be okay. And a couple blocks from that scene, they found the 2 suspects dead in a BMW from self-inflicted gunshot wounds. The police chief says there was hateful rhetoric involved, and this is being investigated as a hate crime. Bill, Dana.
And one of those dead, a father of 8 children. Matt Finn, thank you. In San Diego, more to come, hopefully, throughout the day today. Learn more. Thanks.
And James Galliano, retired FBI supervisor, agent, and Fox News contributor, is here as well. Just one more piece of sound from the police chief, Scott Wall, on the mother that the juvenile is trying to alert authorities.
After speaking with the mom began to piece together bits and pieces of information over an extended period of time. The information that she was gathering and conveying to us began to elevate the threat level that we were perceiving with this information. She believed her son was suicidal.
What do you think of this case?
The mother did everything right. And obviously it was a grim scene yesterday, and we're still kind of piecing things together. Look, as far as a hate crime, I mean, the 2 decedents will not face charges. They're obviously dead in this instance, but trying to understand motivations. And again, Bill and Dana, here's something else. 17 and 18 years old. This has become an epidemic of Gen Z shooters, whether it's the assassination culture we saw in Butler, Pennsylvania, or in Utah with Tyler Robinson, and now these 2 young men. Most important thing, now that the initial interdiction is done, did anyone direct them to do these things, provide material support? Was anybody else involved in the conspiracy?
Yeah, like why were they the target? Why'd they pick that mosque? We don't know. There was something that was written that was found in this car. Whether it was a suicide note or some sort of manifesto, do we know about that at all? James?
We don't yet. That hasn't been released yet. I'm sure we're going to hear about this in the next day or so, Bill. But again, it goes back to these type of motivations. You take a grievance, you apply an ideology to it, and then your own sense of moral absolutism. And in this instance, Christians, Jews, and Muslims are being targeted across the globe, mostly in Asia and in African parts of the Middle East. But the FBI's tracked these numbers. In the last decade, a doubling of hate crime incidents in the United States.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll continue to follow that, and Matt Finn is on the ground for us as well. In the meantime, in Washington, D.C., the U.S. attorney there, our former colleague, Jeanine Pirro, is stirring things up. And she says this video that you saw from Chipotle over the weekend, you know, teens throwing things at each other to absolute destruction here. She says that the parents might have to be prosecuted as well. Watch her here. This is yesterday.
These are not kids being kids. This is criminal conduct. Understand something. A social media click is not worth a criminal record. And we will make sure that you have a criminal record. We will arrest you, and where we can, we will prosecute you aggressively, and we will prosecute your parents.
Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, what the U.S. attorney is speaking about there is vicarious liability, right? Which means that you can be charged for a crime that someone else commits. In this instance, did you not do the proper shepherding or overseeing your child? There is a curfew in D.C. And look, D.C. is subject to the same things that we are here in New York with this raise the age. We don't treat 16 and 17-year-olds anymore like adults. Right. And 3 bad things come from that. recidivism, which erodes public safety, the fact that the gangs are using these kids to commit crimes because they won't do the time, and then lastly in this, the lack of inside information. When judges are sentencing these kids, they have no idea that they committed a felony right before this.
Right. It's not right.
Yeah. The other thing she said this morning is that they're enhancing the videos. And you were just out in Arizona on the Nancy Guthrie case, and a lot of like what we were going through was the videos themselves of the doorbell, et cetera. I'm just watching this video. Some of it's clear, some of it's not. What have you learned about how investigators use the ability to enhance the video today?
Well, what we struggled with out in Arizona, Bill, was the fact that it's not Manhattan, where every inch of this city is blanketed by surveillance cameras. And businesses like this, like Chipotle, have their own surveillance cameras. And yes, we can find out who the culprits are, except these anti-masking laws are not enforced. You'll notice some of the kids here are wearing surgical masks. We just treat it as the pro forma now post-COVID. But if you're committing a crime and wearing a mask, you can be charged for that.
Okay. Well, New York does have a lot of cameras, but not nearly as many as Beijing, China. Yeah. I think they outnumber us 10 to 1 easily, maybe more, if they're all working, I should say.
True surveillance state there.
Yeah.
Fact. Thank you, James.
Thank you.
Thanks,
and I'm sure there'll be developments. We'll be in touch with you. Thank you.
Sure. Sounds good.
Nice to see you.
Thanks.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Breaking news tonight, the new details in that deadly.
Oh, we just saw that. We got one more clip. I think this one should cheer you guys up. That was kind of depressing. Doc, I don't know if that dad was sentenced yet. I'll have to look into that story. When that dad got charged for his son shooting up that school, they're not playing. Whew, okay. Last one. And I'm going to bid y'all good night. Are we still friends? All right. Let me show you guys this in case you don't know. I'll give it to you. All right. Democrats need to get it together.
The House Ethics Committee to investigate far-left Democratic Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. It concerned a controversial change to her financial disclosures that dramatically cut her family's reported wealth. Mike Tobin has more on this. Let's find out. Mike, hello.
Well, Bill, Minnesota Democratic Congresswoman Ilhan Omar has been referred to the U.S. House Ethics Committee to look into the matter of her personal finances. We've talked about this before. Financial disclosures show that the estate of the Minnesota Congresswoman jumped from almost nothing to $30 million while in office. Then, amid all the scrutiny over her personal finances, Omar and her husband updated their financial disclosure to state that their estate was worth less than $100,000. The Congresswoman blamed the $29 million discrepancy on an accounting mistake that did not subtract the liabilities from her husband's business. Republican Minnesota State Representative Kristen Robbins thinks Minnesota voters deserve more answers.
Fathomable that she would have two such disparate forms from her financial disclosures. One saying she's worth up to 30 million, the other one saying she's worth less than 100,000. The math just doesn't work, and they need to get to the bottom of it.
Now, Omar sponsored the 2020 Meals Act, which the Minnesota House Fraud Prevention and Oversight Committee had been investigating this legislative session. The Republican Majority Committee determined that the Meals Act removed the guardrails on a program called Feeding Our Future, intended to feed poor children during the pandemic. Prosecutors now say that program was defrauded to the tune of $250 million. Representative Omar did not cooperate with the committee, and Republicans lacked the votes to force her to cooperate. Now, Amy Bach, the woman convicted as the ringleader in the Feeding Our Future scandal, told the New York Post she struggles to believe Omar would not have known about the massive fraud enabled by the Meals Act.
Okay.
Bill?
All right. See where it goes. Mike, thanks. Mike Tobin on that. Midwest Bureau. Thank you.
Be sure to like.
Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. Thank you guys for your gifts, your super chats, members, moderators. I appreciate you guys. I will be back later today. Feel free to leave me a comment in my comment section if you want me to cover something, or if you just want to say hi to me, leave me a comment. All right, you guys, I'm praying for the country. I'm praying for all of you BG free. I'm delirious. I can't even speak right now. Damage Kaiser, thank you guys for putting in the chat. Trump. Look at my comments. Doc, vigilant. Thank you for hanging out. I'll hang out till you close. Yeah, I'm done. Oh, shit, I don't know what I'm listening to. All right, you guys. I love you very much. Thank you for your support. And I will be back later. Big hugs.